You may proceed.
Okay, good evening, Costa Mesa. Welcome to the City Council meeting for November 17th, 2020, and the successor agency to the redevelopment agency. I now call the meeting to order and ask that at this time we will have our national anthem as well as our Pledge of Allegiance. We are going to have the national anthem sang by the Vanguard Choir, and then Councilmember Marr will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of solemn expression from Pastor Rod Randall from Harbor Trinity Church. If everyone could please mute your devices.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes shine bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Randall, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Let me lead. It's my privilege to lead you in a moment of solemn expression. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to lift up this meeting now. We pray for your guidance over everyone who will be presenting. Please speak through each individual as they share their concerns and their oversight. Lord, most of all, we want to lift up this whole difficulty of the pandemic with COVID-19. I would ask, Lord, that you would just be gracious. Guide the physicians, the scientists. Let there be a cure. Let there be a vaccine. We pray, Lord, for healing, and that you would bring our nation and our world through this. And we look to you by faith. And we know you're a good and loving God, and so we put our trust in you. Lord, I also want to lift up our leaders. I thank you so much for our city manager, for our city council members, for our police chief, our fire chief, all of the officials, our mayor. They shoulder so much, Lord. And what a difficult time to be a leader and to have so many eyes upon you watching and hoping for solutions, and each decision carries such weight. So Lord, I pray you would be gracious to guide them and bless them and let them know they're valued and loved and supported by us as citizens. We thank you for what they're willing to take on because they love people, they love this city, and they want to make it a wonderful place. And so I lift them up to you. And also, Lord, I lift up the citizens. I pray those who are part of tonight's meeting would feel valued and they'd learn much, they'd contribute as needed. And Lord, we pray for unity, we pray for peace, and just a mutual respect and love for one another, Lord. And we look forward to the time when this rough season is past us, and we look back and say we handled it well, and we stood together, and we supported one another. And I just lift up all this up by faith in the Lord Jesus. In his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that blessing. Okay, at this time, we have roll call.
Councilmember Chavez,
Present.
Councilmember Guinness.
Here.
Councilmember Mansour is absent tonight. Councilmember Marr,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Here.
Mayor Foley.
Present. Okay, thank you. City Attorney Barlow, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was direction given in closed session, but no reportable action was taken this evening.
Okay, thank you. And we have two presentations tonight, two proclamations. The first is a proclamation for small business. I'm going to call it Small Business Saturdays, not just Saturday. Mr. Locke, do you have the proclamation? Can you blow that up a little bit? Okay, so we're embarking on Small Business Saturdays. Usually Small Business Saturday is the Saturday following Thanksgiving. And so now what we are asking is that people just use Saturdays in general to shop small business. So whereas the Costa Mesa community celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community through local hiring, philanthropy, and overall making Costa Mesa a better place to live, work, dine, play, and shop. And whereas nationally, small businesses employ nearly half of all employees in the private sector, and nearly 2/3 of small businesses reported that they need to see consumer spending return to pre-COVID-19 levels for the end of 2020, and have said it would be most helpful to their businesses to have their regulars return. And whereas shopping at small, independently owned businesses supports our community's commitment to making purchases that have a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And whereas in support of the small retailers, innovative restaurants, home-based businesses, active sports brands, longtime manufacturers, artistic enterprises, and budding entrepreneurs in Costa Mesa that drive our community's success, Costa Mesa's Small Business Assistance Grant Program has dispersed over $2 million to 199 businesses as of November 16th, 2020. And we will disperse $2.74 million in total. And whereas these businesses, 687 of which in Costa Mesa have fewer than 60 employees, are in dire need of our support as a community coming together. Where of the businesses that received Paycheck Protection Program loans, 2,707 of them received less than $150,000. And now, therefore, I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim Saturdays beginning November 28th, 2020 as Small Business Saturdays 2020 in the City of Costa Mesa, and urge all Costa Mesans to shop our local small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturdays, November 28th, and on every Saturday throughout the holiday shopping season and all year long. Dated this day of November 17th, 2020. So yes, please do shop at our local small businesses. One thing I've been encouraging people to do, and I know many of us have, is to buy gift cards as gifts this year that you might put into a stocking or to a card or as a holiday gift for your office or your family or friends. Please shop in our small businesses and support them because they really, really need us now more than ever. Our next proclamation is for Movember. Movember 2020, whereas the global charity Movember Foundation's vision is to have an everlasting impact on the face of men's health. And whereas the Movember community of over 5 million men and women have raised more than $650 million, funding over 1,000 programs in 21 countries. This work is saving and improving the lives of men affected by prostate cancer, testicular cancer, and mental health problems. And whereas 1 in 7 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime, and treatment options for prostate cancer vary depending on a man's age, stage, and grade of his cancer, as well as is other existing medical conditions. And testicular cancer is the most common cancer in males between the ages of 15 and 34. And whereas 1 in 4 adults in the US will experience a mental health problem in any given year, and 87 men in the US die by suicide every day. And whereas moving can reduce your risk of moving can reduce your risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer by up to 50% and lower your risk of early death by up to 30%. That's move your body. Whereas Costa Mesa joins communities across our nation to challenge men to grow and women to support a mustache or to make a commitment to get active and move, both of which spark conversations and raise vital funds and awareness for men's health. Now, therefore, I, Katrina Foley, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of all its citizens, do hereby proclaim November 2020 as Movember, and will urge all Costa Mesans to join in the movement to change the face of men's health, dated the 17th day of November 2020. Many of us have family members who have prostate cancer, and encourage you all to participate. I know that during this month, our firefighters often have many mustaches. So hope to see people, at least on Zoom, participating in Movember. Next up, we have before we go to public comment, I'm going to move that we add to the agenda prior to the consent calendar, an item to allow the mayor to send a letter with the signatures of the Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Reynolds to the school district regarding the trees at Estancia High School. Can I get a second?
Second.
Call for the question by voice vote to add that to the agenda on the consent calendar. A 2/3 vote is required.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gannis,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time we'll go to public comments. Public comments will be heard at this time for items that are not on the council agenda. If you'd like to speak to an item that is not on the council agenda, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature on your Zoom, or if you're calling on a phone, please press *9 on your telephone, and to unmute yourself, you press *6. Are there any individuals who wish to speak to the council about an item not on our agenda? Raise your hand in the hand raise feature now, or press *9. Right, saying no. Oh, there we go. I spoke too soon. Okay, Kirk Keller, Studio 111.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I wanted to speak on behalf of Eat Chow on 18th Street in Costa Mesa. Originally, the city of Costa Mesa had hired our firm to work on the pilot parklet program, which we're very excited about. I just wanted to share my support for the project moving forward with Eat Chow, understanding that the county can no longer fund the project in construction due to some restrictions to the funding mechanism for COVID relief. So understanding that Eat Chow will be taking this project on, and just looking forward to a public-private partnership to develop the first parklet in Costa Mesa to support that business, as well as to activate the street and bring fresh life to that portion of Costa Mesa, which I think will be a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next speaker. Well, I think he left. So if you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, Mr. McReynolds. Brian McReynolds. To unmute yourself, press *6. Oh, there you go.
I'm Mayor Foley and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hello. Hi. I own Eat Chow, and I wanted to, I guess, just introduce myself to you again. And reiterate that we're excited about building this parklet and moving forward. I'd like to introduce my business partner as well, Amy Frawley.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hi
Yeah,
there.
we just wanted to get out in front of you. And, you know, we were approached by the Director of Transportation of the City of Costa Mesa a few months ago. She was super excited about this project and she was spearheading it and asked, you know, if it was okay by us if she did this. And by all means, yes, it was very welcomed by us because it was increasing our seating. And I think it's really ironic that our seating got shut down again today, which is kind of a hit for us. We're a mom and pop operation here, and this parklet would really, really help us tremendously during this pandemic and of course after it. So yes,
The neighborhoods.
you know, the neighborhood is really excited about it. We put it on our social media. You know, our social media really blew up. I mean, the community is really excited about this and really supportive of it. So of course, when we got the news that, you know, the county didn't want to fund it, we were very disappointed. But, you know, Brian and I are really, we really are willing to, you know, and able to, or wanting to fund this and go forward with it. So we just wanted to get out in front of you and try to get your support on this so we could maybe make this happen sooner than later because of the circumstances. And of course, Kurt Keller, who is the designer of this parklet, has a world of knowledge on how to make this happen in other cities like Long Beach and whatnot.
I think I have a picture of it too.
So
we have the picture. It's okay. So we, if you want to hang out for a little bit during our council member comments, I know I'll be speaking to this item. I'm sure others will too. So if you want to just hang out a little bit.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, I will, and you can unraise your hand at this time. Seeing no one else, I will close the public comment and move to council member comments. And we'll go with Councilmember Marr.
I actually wasn't planning on speaking tonight at all, but since we're starting with Eat Chow, warm curry chicken sandwich or salad is like my favorite thing in the world. So big fan of Eat Chow, and where I have a lot of breakfast meetings had before COVID. So I'm not sure what you're going to say, Madam Mayor, but I wish there was a mechanism by which we could give you all the money to do the biggest parklet ever. I hope that you're going to say you found a solution, because I'm not aware of one, but I'm hoping there is one. So anyway, I didn't have anything exciting to say tonight, but yes, big fan of Eat Chow, and I hope we can do everything we can.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Guinness.
I have a couple things. About 10 years ago, there was a move to sell the Orange County Fairgrounds. And right now, there's no move to sell the fairgrounds, but there is a move by the state to look for different operational models for the various fairgrounds, including private operation, which could have some ramifications for the city. There are a number of Zoom meetings for stakeholders. I don't know if we were invited as stakeholders, but I would certainly think the city of Costa Mesa is a stakeholder. And so I know there's one on Monday, this coming Monday. And so I would just request that staff would track that and we would stay involved, so we don't wake up one morning and find that there are big changes across the street from us and without the city having adequate input. And that's it.
Thank you.
Oh, and I like Eat Chow too.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I guess I'll just start with saying I like Eat Chow too. I feel like we'll all have to affirm that here. And thank you, Councilmember Guinness, for mentioning that. It would be helpful if staff can keep us up to date on any of that discussion regarding the fairgrounds. Just a couple things. One, on the parklet topic, I think especially given the news of yesterday with having to move all restaurant operations outside. I know we had some challenges with funding on the parklet pilot that we planned, but I'd be really interested in looking for other ways to facilitate the construction of parklets, design and construction of parklets. If there's like a standard model or something we can share with different businesses who might be interested, if there is an opportunity for businesses who may need to fund this themselves to get sort of a lower cost, if we can do some kind of sort of bulk build, I think that would be really helpful, and a lot of businesses would appreciate that versus having to figure it out on their own. And I think our residents would really enjoy parklets across the city. The other thing, on a sort of related note, been getting a lot of ideas and shared some with staff and through our Parks and Recreation sort of committee through COVID on ideas to activate, sort of safely activate our parks and public spaces. I know we're doing a really good job being creative with the online community center and some fun online videos. I've done some of those craft projects. But that's something that's not accessible to everyone. And I know sort of getting outdoors, getting fresh air, getting some exercise, moving in this month of November is something that we really want to encourage people to do. And one fun thing that happened, I think over Halloween weekend, was a sort of a pop-up scarecrow display in one of our parks. And people really enjoyed that. I woke up to see my neighbors posting about that as well. So I'd really like to see if our Parks and Recreation team can come up with some more sort of physical activations that spark some life and joy into some of our parks and get people interested in visiting our parks and walking around. So hope to see some ideas on that. That's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next up is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too enjoyed Eat Chow, just to put that out there. And thank you as well for acknowledging the fact that we need to fight for the truth at Estancia High School. Really hoping that they're going to keep that amazing little patio they have. I know I had a lot of great lunches and a lot of little dates when I was in high school there, and I would hate to see that go away for others who are enjoying their time at our high school. Real quickly, just want to acknowledge the fact speeding is still an issue in my district. We're having an internal meeting tomorrow with Councilmember Reynolds and staff about speeding and what we can do to address that issue. So don't worry, we are focusing on that. And then for our staff, I have been notified by people on Joanne Street that the alley behind them next to the golf course is often filled with our homeless residents, and they feel that they're not being addressed or even doing sweeps in the area. So if we can just do a quick pass through every once in a while, it'd be awesome. I know people are concerned about that. Other than that, guys, as you know, we're now in tier purple again for COVID cases. So we are at the highest point in I think the history of COVID so far in cases reported in America. So let's please be safe, please be diligent. It's gonna be a lot of hard choices to make going forward. But one thing I always say is, you know, let's not have this be someone's last Thanksgiving or last Christmas because we chose to meet in person. We could have waited a little bit longer. So that's all for today, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yes, hello. So it's been a really difficult time for me in the last 24 hours. Some of you may seen this on my social media, but so yesterday I went to a funeral of a friend of mine who died on Saturday, and his name is Jerry Bame, and it was right here in Costa Mesa on Geisler. And it was in the Jewish section of Mount Olive Cemetery right there, Harbor Lawn and Mount Olive. And one of the guys that I was with was a friend of mine named Jeremy Goldman. And so we were at the funeral together, and we talked about getting a drink afterwards, and he went home, and I of course went to get my drink, and he went home and he died, 51 years old. And so I thought I'd tell a little story about Jeremy that pertains to Costa Mesa. Some of you, I'm trying to get through this. Some of you may have heard this, most of you probably haven't. But in the 2012 election, Sandy and I kind of ran as a ticket with Harold Weitzberg.
And, in every election, this election, pretty much every election we've had, there have been issues with signs and signs being taken and defaced and removed. And we see that in every election. Well, in 2012, one of the sitting council members who ran did some surveillance and actually caught on tape somebody on a video, somebody taking their sign up and tearing it down and throwing it in the bushes. And that sitting council member who ended up winning the election decided to take action. And it turns out that the guy who was accused of doing that was a city employee. So that night, the Costa Mesa Police Department descended on this guy's house. He wasn't home, but and with two sitting council members, and he then the very next day lost his job as an employee of the city of Costa Mesa. He was also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law by our district attorney. We've had some discussions about things that the district attorney will not prosecute for these days. But for whatever reason in 2012, they were prosecuting sign violations. So he didn't cut a plea. So then I got a call from some employee of the city of Costa Mesa. I lost that election. And they said, can you help him? Because of course I'm a lawyer. And I couldn't, because I've never done any criminal work. So I referred the case to Jeremy. And he took the case pro bono, took it all the way through a jury trial. And he had an interesting defense. He said, so his client, this former city employee that was accused and supposedly on the video, he of course couldn't testify because of the Fifth Amendment. He didn't want to testify. So he had to figure out a way to prove that this employee was not the person on the video. And so Jeremy came up with a creative defense. Turns out the employee was very careful about their foot care, and every week would go to a pedicurist to take care of their feet. And the person in the video quite clearly was outside with bare feet. So Jeremy argued to the jury by bringing in the testimony of the guy that did the pedicures, and everybody knew that this city employee loved to take care of their feet. He brought that to the jury and he argued, and he got an acquittal for that city employee. And he died yesterday. God bless him.
So sorry. You had a tough weekend, John. So sorry. Okay, it is going to be, I think, a tough end of this year. I know we're all anxious for this year to be over. Hoping for a better year in 2021. 2020 has brought us, I think, overall as a country, as a community, a lot of sorrow, pain, and suffering, and struggle and hardship. And it's hard because many of us know people who've been sick during this time or who've had lost friends or loved ones, and the limitations on how to grieve and be with them has been very difficult. So it's not going to get any better in the next month. We know that, or the next month after that. We have now been placed into a more restrictive tier, what's called the purple tier. So really more restrictions on getting together, on businesses being open indoors. And so we won't be having restaurants open indoors anymore, if you don't know that already. We also have reduced the percentage of capacity for retail from 50% to 25%. We've also been ordered that gyms and museums and other types of facilities that people would gather in have to now all be outside. And the guidance is that there should be no more than 3 households together at any one time. There's recommendations regarding a travel advisory. If people are coming into town from out of the state for purposes of the holidays or for funerals or any purpose, that they should quarantine for 14 days once they arrive in California. And of course, we are encouraging as many people as possible to get tested. Now, there's a myth out there that if we test more people, that somehow that testing translates into more cases, and that's why we get shut down. Well, I want to explain that's not true. So when people tell you that, that's not true. What it is the more people we test, the state actually gives us, I'm just going to call it a credit for testing more people, because then we can really identify what is the extent of the community spread, and we can start to understand and isolate where we have COVID cases occurring. So the number of cases indeed will go up, but that's not necessarily going to mean that we will move into a more restrictive tier. We're right now in the most restrictive tier. So we will be here for, at a minimum, 3 weeks. And so we'll see what happens, but we are encouraging people to get tested. You can get tested at the fairgrounds for free. Go to 360clinic.md, and that will be a way for you to get tested. It's super simple. It's fairly efficient, and I think the lines are a little bit longer this week, but generally you can get through the process in about 30 minutes, sometimes maybe only 10. And if you have family coming, we encourage you to have everybody get tested, maybe get tested twice before you get together. Of course, we're discouraging people to get together, but I know everyone wants to get together. It's just human nature, right? But if you do get together, even if you get tested, please wear your face covering. The face mask is actually now, the CDC just put out guidance that the face mask protects you and it protects your the people that you are around. So from the virus coming into your system from somebody who may have COVID and may not know that they have COVID. If you are sick, please don't go to work. Whether you work for the city or you work for, private business, please don't go to work if you're sick. If you have any symptoms of any kind, please get tested before you go to work, because that is also how the virus spreads. So we're having some of the highest numbers, and I know the city manager is going to give a little bit of a report on that, but please, 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 we are just encouraging you strongly to not gather, avoid crowds, wear your mask, wash your hands, and get tested. And don't go to work sick. These are the basics of surviving COVID. And we encourage you all to do that. The governor also issued that the mask is required anytime you're outside, even if you are just anytime you're outside, it says, unless you're by yourself completely. So just use good sense and wear your mask. It actually may save your life. And the other item I had, as to the fairgrounds, yes, we did get notice of that, and our city staff will be attending virtually that meeting and giving the council a report back. As it relates to Eat Chow, I too love Eat Chow. And we I think we were really sad when we were told that we could not help to fund the parklets, which we saw was there was a nexus between the parklets and getting the businesses outside and COVID, because we were helping these businesses stay open and have more capacity. So from our standpoint, there's a direct nexus. Supervisor Steele disagreed with that, and therefore that's why we don't have the funding. So we now have an opportunity, though, to do the parklets. So what I'd like to ask is that staff advise the council what we need to do to get this item on our agenda in terms of approving the parklets to go forward if there's private funding to pay for them. Somebody have an answer to that? Anybody?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll chime in here. This isn't agendized, so I'm not sure how much we can go into
No,
depth
I
on.
just want to know the question, what do we need to ask you for to get it on our agenda? That's my question.
I think that for the strategic planning session, this would probably be an important thing to raise in the context of the other projects that you have us working on and specifically what you want us to look at.
Okay, so before that, sorry to interrupt, but that's way too far away. So before December 15th, what is the question? What is it that I have to ask you to do so that we can get this on our agenda to give direction to allow it to go forward?
I think it would have to be for December 15th meeting. We could put something in
But
terms
what
of.
is it we're putting on our agenda?
Well, we're going to have to explore exactly what has to happen to allow that. So I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but if you're giving us direction to look into what the steps would be,
okay,
and to give you a report on that at the December 15th agenda, I'm sorry, at the December 15th meeting, we can do that.
Right, but we're, just to be clear, it would be seeking your direction that day.
Because so I know this isn't on our agenda, but I guess I'm confused because we already voted to move forward with the parklets. That's why we hired the firm to design the parklets. And so all I want to know is what action do we have to take to allow it to be privately funded?
I understand that. The difference, I guess, is between a city project and a private project. And when a city funds it and builds it, then the city can do what it wants with it in the future. If it's going to be privately funded, we're going to have to look at what restrictions that may mean or may have on the city's ability to make changes in the future. And that's why it requires more than just a sort of summary analysis.
Fair enough. Okay. Hopefully you guys can
And
work.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Chief.
Madam Mayor, I was just because we've been talking about it between the planning department, fire, and a number of departments, we also just need a specific plan for it, and a true plan to what it rolls out to and a process for it. Because although it has been conceptually approved, we haven't seen anything that would line out the specifics that we were required to take a look at. So I just add that. Thank you.
Okay, so while you're on while I see your face there, I'm going to use my time to ask you a question. Chief Stefano, could you just give us a brief update about, where'd he go? There you are. Could you just give us a brief update about Fairview Development Center and any activity that's going on there now or not, as well as some tips about how to safely be outside with heat lamps and tents?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As far as, and I think everything has been covered, and I know Lorianne is going to cover a bit with the numbers, but as far as the indicator, the governor mentioned Fairview, and that obviously created some dialogue. Fairview as an alternate care site reopening. As we all know, September 30th, Fairview went into a warm close. And what that effectively meant was that they stayed available to open within a 72-hour window. And so they've remained in that. They have not had any activity there. We've remained in close contact with our regional partners, the Orange County Healthcare Agency and at the state. And we have not received any indicators that they will be opening. Now, obviously, given what's going to transpire over the coming weeks could change that, but there are no indicators that they are going to open in any immediate time frame that we've been identified. As soon as we do, we'll certainly notify the community, and the council will certainly be apprised of that, but no indicators of that.
Okay, thank you. And then tips on heat lamps and tents?
Sure. There's obviously with we're moving into colder weather, and on the business side, we're wanting to make sure the businesses are able to stay open and do everything they can. And obviously this council and city staff led by Lorianne has done a great job of trying to work that and navigate that line. Tents are going up in different areas. We want to make sure that tents don't just become another structure out there, but heating elements, heating lamps are things that are being put into place. The if you will, the kind of the mushroom type heating lamp, the pyramid lamps. And while they're great for heating elements, they are not allowed inside tent areas. and they need to be outside of the tent areas. If you need heating elements to go inside of the tent areas, you're going to have to have something that's actually plumbed in or piped in. And while that would be for a business element, you can carry those same concepts over to your home. If you're outside trying to remain socially, physically distanced, they should not be within 5 feet of any combustible area. They should be 5 feet within the structure itself, your house. So just a few recommendations. And certainly as you buy those pieces of heating elements, they've got a number of different requirements on them. Just make sure that they're listed. They're listed by a nationally recognized firm such as a UL listing, just that they have all the safety elements required. But most importantly, use them safely, keep them away from combustibles, keep them away from the structure, and do not put them inside a tent or canopies.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, I just had a couple of things to update you on, but first and foremost, I did want to share that staff would like to pull public hearing number 1. It's the ADU ordinance. And so we have come to the conclusion that we need to do a little bit more work on this, circle back, get the team together again, and flesh this out in certain areas. And so we'd like to pull this item and bring it back to a later date this evening.
Okay.
And we'll work on this and bring it back at a future date. And so Kim, do I need anything else tonight on this in order just to pull it? I don't believe so, but just wanted to confirm with the attorney.
If we're not put off the agenda for this evening, and then we'll renotice it when we're ready to bring it forward.
Great, thank you.
So let me just clarify for the viewing public or listening public, in case there's people on the call, we won't be taking comment on the accessory dwelling unit ordinance proposal tonight. That item is being pulled. Okay, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Great, thank you.
So, Mayor, just a question, clarifying question.
Sure.
Just since time is so constrained always this year, I just want to clarify, what is our opportunity then? I'd like to have the opportunity to share feedback. Certainly doesn't have to be in this public meeting, but I want to make sure that I have that opportunity before we
share that with staff. You can share that with staff like anytime.
Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah. I want to make sure I can get that meeting on the calendar.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I did want to just share and piggyback on the comments that were made regarding COVID. I won't repeat what's already been said, just to stress that we really are entering a very dangerous phase of the pandemic. I'll share just a couple of things. Councilmember Chavez, thank you for your remarks about you don't want for this to be the last holiday for a loved one. This is reaching a proportion that's getting difficult to manage in other parts of the country and could have ramifications for us in California and Orange County if we're not careful. And so at one point in the pandemic early on, we knew that we had at least an army of 400 nurses nationwide that could be deployed to assist with any issues in California. That number has been cut in half because many of our healthcare workers have been redeployed from some states to other states that are having even more significant issues. And so we want to be as careful as possible. You can see the numbers for Costa Mesa and Orange County. And again, in the county right now, we're doing relatively okay in terms of the numbers, and much of what the governor's doing is preemptive to avoid the situation from getting worse, in particular because of the Thanksgiving holiday and also the Christmas holidays or the December holidays that will have a lot of family gatherings potentially that we're trying to minimize, and also travel. And so just cannot stress enough the importance of minimizing contact between households. It really could have an impact on the region if we're not careful with our healthcare workers, and also, of course, with essential workers that we need to be able to do their jobs and perform all their duties. You can see that in just a short period of time, we've gone to 10.8 per 100,000 just a couple of weeks ago, this number was much lower in the 5, 6, 8 range, 7, 8, and it really has started to climb. Our county positivity is now getting closer and closer to 5%. It was just as low as 3% not too long ago. And so we need to be careful and exercise caution. We have great tips for the public on our website, CDC guidance on Thanksgiving and how to do it safely. Just to be clear, again, restaurants for outdoor dining only. And then of course there's guidance on how to, try to celebrate in a way that's really thoughtful and respectful of our families and each other, and making sure that we're not putting ourselves at risk to spread. Again, with the level of asymptomatic individuals, which some scientists have said could be as high as 50%, you could be contagious and not know it and affect a loved one. And that's the last thing that we want to do. And so again, exercising caution with next week. We're all excited to have Thanksgiving, but just want to make sure that we do it in a way that's responsible and keeping in mind our healthcare workers. In our case, as a city, we're full service. We have first responders. I ask also on their behalf that we be very careful, because our first responders are our first line of defense, and they will be impacted as well, having to transport and get people to emergency care if we're not careful. And so thank you for that. Council member or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, I'm very sorry for your loss. I just wanted to say on behalf of staff, sorry for the losses that you've just, suffered through personally. It's a difficult time whenever you lose a very close friend, especially someone in that age that's, relatively young. And so we're very sorry for your loss, and our thoughts and prayers go out to you and his family as well. It's very difficult to lose a loved one or a friend during the holidays as well. And so very sorry about that. And I'll move now to testing. Just a reminder that at our super site, just across the street from City Hall, you can actually get tested for influenza A, influenza B, and COVID all at once, one swab. And so it's a good way to know if you're sick, if it's COVID or the flu. And so if you're feeling sick, feel free to avail yourself. Again, you can get tested if you have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, or if you're an essential worker. And so if you believe you've been exposed, you can come and receive a test. We encourage participation in the site. That's what it's there for. Avail yourselves of that, especially leading up to the holiday. Get yourselves tested, and any relatives as well that you might be partaking with. Then next, I just wanted to update on our housing virtual meeting and our first virtual community town hall regarding the city's housing element update. That's tomorrow at 6 p.m. The information is on our website, but we strongly encourage for the public to participate. We want to hear from you. Housing is obviously central to our quality of life and to the efforts in land planning efforts and land use decisions that are very important for both our planning commission and our council to help guide. And so we're really looking forward to some positive turnout and good, robust engagement from the community. This will not be our only virtual community town hall meeting. We will be having more, but the sooner we hear the feedback from you, the better. So strongly encouraging participation for that. And then on to many of us, our favorite topic for the holidays, Snoopy House. And so we've received a lot of messages, emails, texts, calls about please keep Snoopy House alive. And so we are working on some creative solutions to that. I won't get into the details. I don't want to prematurely announce what we're planning, but just rest assured that we have council members that are actively engaged and staff that's very excited about a reformatted Snoopy House, if you will, but still keeping Snoopy House available to us, not in the way that we traditionally have in terms of gathering together, but we will be announcing hopefully soon an event that the community can partake in that is Snoopy House friendly and Snoopy House related and allows for us to actually enjoy the holidays in the context of seeing the sets and being in a good holiday festive environment. And so more to come on Snoopy House. And I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have City Attorney, Ms. Barlow. Do you have any report?
I have nothing to report this evening, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next, before we go to the consent calendar, there's been a request for another change to the agenda. So I would like to move that the item number 2, Community Choice Energy Joint Powers Agreement, follow the annual review of the citywide traffic impact fee, and that the item number 3 on new business be advanced to item number 1, new business.
I'll second that.
Okay. Call for the question by voice vote. Ms. Green? Ms. Green, are you there?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Genis,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we'll have the consent calendar. All matters under the consent calendar will be considered routine and be voted on in one motion unless items are pulled by a member of the public, the council, or staff for discussion. I will pull the estancia letter and or the letter to the district. Ms. Green, did we have any other requests for any items to be pulled?
No, Madam Mayor, we did not.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just need to note a recusal on number 3 because of a campaign donation in excess of the $249.
Okay, I will, other than, before I announce my same conflict, I will ask, are there any public members who wished to pull an item? Please raise your hand with the hand raise feature. David Martinez, which item number?
Number 5.
Okay. Okay, the Merrimack. Okay. Seeing no one else, I will recuse myself from the warrants as it relates to payment to Jennifer Keller because the amount to me for the campaign exceeded $249. And council, is there a motion for the consent calendar other than item number 5 and the letter to the school district? I'm trying to click on here. Please. Okay, Councilor Mar.
I'll move the consent calendar with the exception of item number 5 and item number 3.
And the letter.
Well, okay, and the letter. It doesn't have a number.
I know. Councilor Reynolds.
Yeah, second.
Okay. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Genis,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. We'll do the count. We'll do the letter. Then we'll do number 5, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I will turn off our video, and you can do number 3. Mr. Locke, do you have our letter? Can you make that a little bit bigger?
Yeah.
Okay, so as many of you know, there is a project which we are so excited about for building a theater at Estancia High School. It's something that is definitely needed and supported. It's really just all about, you know, where is it located on the campus? And there's been a lot of discussion over the last couple of months about how the district sort of goes in and chops down a bunch of trees without any public review or input. I know that happened at Ensign, and that was very upsetting. So this project is underway, under discussion at the school district, and we all just kind of got alerted to this, so that's why it's last minute. And they are planning to remove the big, beautiful sycamore trees from that nice green space that's out in front of the high school. So in speaking with a couple of school board members, they asked that we write a letter expressing our position. So I've worked with staff to put this letter together and asked, and anyone can sign it with me, but asked districts 4 and 5 representatives to, at the very least, sign on to it, because it's both their districts that the high school is right adjacent to. And also they happen to be Estancia High School graduates. The letter is here. I don't know if we want to read it, but it's basically talking about how we are a Tree City, USA. We value the diversity of our tree varieties. It's part of our efforts to reduce climate change, and that we have a process in our city to go through when removing certainly mature trees in the public right of way. And if you could scroll up. And so we're asking that they reconsider the location and consider that those trees are of value to the community. If there's anything else that anyone wants to add or comment on, please let me know at this time. Councilmember Reynolds, is your hand left up from before, or is it a new hand raise?
It's from before.
Okay. Councilmember Mar?
Just please add my name to the letter.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay, I'm gonna open this item for public comment. If there's anyone wishing to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature, or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Council, I'll make the motion to send the letter. Anyone wishing to second? Councilmember Mar or Councilmember Chavez?
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just think it's really important that we have community feedback and community engagement before doing such a drastic decision, such as removing some healthy and lively trees. You know, my district is particularly park poor, and we're right a block away from the high school. And that's just some place that I know when I've gone on walks in my district around Costa Mesa, I'll see people hanging around there, enjoying the trees, enjoying the nice ambiance. And like I said, when I was in high school, that's where I would go during lunch to get out of being out in an indoor school. It's really important that we maintain these spaces for our community members, especially in park poor areas. So I'm happy to support this motion.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I'll just add, sorry, am I off mute? Yeah, okay. I'll just add that, you know, I was surprised when I heard about this project and the implications of the location they cited in this, really the only outdoor sitting area at Estancia High School. I was really surprised at the choice, and then even more surprised that I didn't know about it and many others didn't know about it. I think that if this project had, or this concept had gone through any kind of real public engagement process, I do think that there would be uproar across sort of generations of Estancia students as more people seem to be becoming aware of this project. I've seen people post pictures from the 80s, the 90s, this century of yearbook photos or other class photos in this area at Estancia High School. And I think if you picked up any yearbook since the school's opened, you would see lots and lots of photos of people students enjoying their time outside in this area, because again, one, it's beautiful, and again, it is the only outdoor space at Estancia High School that is not a parking lot. So I'm convinced there are other solutions. We saw how tragic the removal of trees at Ensign High School was, and it just baffles me that we would be on a track to repeat that. So I thank you for drafting the letter. Encourage all alums in our council to sign this, especially. Yeah, we'll work with those who've started to sort of raise alarm bells about this project to make sure that there is real solid engagement, and the concept is one that really makes sense for the school.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comments, ask to call the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Farrell Harrison, could you also, with the interim superintendent, just maybe remind him that it would be nice if we could kind of hear about different big impactful projects that they have working on in our community, instead of having to read about it on Facebook, you know. Okay, item number 5.
Is the Merrimack Way Bicycle Facility Improvement City Project number 20-01. Mr. Seth Rahman?
Madam Mayor, I'll have our city engineer, Mr. Mejia, do a presentation. If it is a presentation, it's your design.
Okay. Mr.
Thank you.
Mejia, hello.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Let me share my screen with the presentation. Give me just a moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the item before you is a request for your approval to award a construction contract for the Merrimack Way Bicycle Facility Improvements. This is a project that is located between Harbor Boulevard and Fairview Road. This project started back in 2018 when the city partnered with SCAG to do a demonstration project. We received extensive public input. We coordinated this work with our neighbors, OCC, and residents. We presented this to the bike committee. And after all of that input, we came up with the scope of work for the project that includes the construction of cycle tracks, multi-use path, a new pedestrian crossing with a new signal that is called a pedestrian hybrid beacon, similar to the one that we have on Arlington Drive, and other improvements, which include also the rehabilitation of the street. We try to combine as many of the projects to give one complete finished product. Here's a rendering of what this would look like once we finish with the construction of the project. Notice that some of the medians will be realigned. We will provide striping to identify the bicycle facilities and provide a pedestrian access to OCC. This is located, this will be the first driveway east of Harbor Boulevard into the parking lot. We advertised the project and we received bids. GMC Engineering was the apparent low bidder with a bid amount of $1,844,000. The funding for this project will come from a grant, a state grant called ATP, Traffic Impact Fees and Gas Tax Funds. That is my presentation for today. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Please indicate by raising your hand in the hand raise feature. Okay, no questions. A member of the public pulled this item. So I'll open the public comment. David Martinez.
Hi, thank you. I just was looking at the plans for this project and wanted to say that there were a lot of things that were great. I saw a bike box on Merrimack and Fairview. That's fantastic. I saw green conflict paint. I saw buffered bike lanes. That's all amazing. I also saw a few things, like a missing fourth crosswalk at Merrimack and Fairview. Every time I see an intersection that just has 3 crosswalks, I just go a little insane, because it always happens to me where I have to go from one corner to another where there isn't a crosswalk. Also, if you're going down Merrimack towards Fairview and then you're going to turn left to go like towards the high school, I know a lot of high school students are going to be biking. You go turn left and you're going north on Fairview. Once you get to Arlington, the bike lane suddenly disappears on Fairview. So hopefully that gets fixed in the future. But overall, I think that this is a great project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item, please indicate so by raising your hand with the hand raise feature or pressing *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no other speakers, I will close the public comment. And Councilmember Mar?
Yeah, I'm usually so good at not doing the mute thing. I'll move to approve the item.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Mar, just want to speak to the motion?
Sorry, to the comment that was made by the member of the public, I thought there was a crosswalk on the Fairview intersection where Merrimack joined Fairview. Mr. Mejia?
Madam Mayor, if you can answer that question.
Go ahead.
So the comment was we have a crosswalk on one side of Fairview, but not on both sides of it.
Can you show the picture?
Oh, okay. On the across Fairview, not across Merrimack.
Yes, to show.
You have the picture, Mr. Sethuraman or Mr. Mejia? Can you show the picture, please?
Let me bring it up.
Got it. So it's on the south side of the intersection?
Give me just a moment.
Any reason why we didn't want to stripe it, Mr. Sethuraman?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Mar, this is typically done to improve the operations of the intersection. So when you have a crosswalk that crosses a large street like Fairview, it takes about 40 seconds of green time. So when and the way we have it on the north side of the intersection, that crosswalk gets activated when you make a left turn from northbound Fairview sometimes. So that makes it more efficient in that way. Whereas if you have it on the south side, then that gets when that gets activated, the entire traffic on Fairview would have to stop for almost 40 seconds. So it's just to make it more efficient.
But isn't traffic on Fairview generally, like service levels on Fairview are really high? We generally have a lot less traffic on Fairview than it was designed for, right? Except during the fair.
Yes, during the fair, definitely we have a lot more traffic. The fair, sometimes in the peak hours, it does get, the level of service is probably on the high C or low D in that range. This is something that we can evaluate with our traffic engineering and see what effect does it have, and if there is not a significant issue, we could consider. But one other thing that I want to point out, maybe the Google Maps would have been better here. The corner of Merrimack and Fairview, we need to see if the wheelchair ramps are aligned properly to make that happen. If that requires a modification of the wheelchair ramps, then that creates an issue because we don't have the sufficient right of way in that location. So that's something that we have to evaluate too.
Got it. Okay. Well, as the mayor and I have experienced, it's actually super easy to paint a crosswalk. So I'm teasing, but I'd like to see if possible one on both the north side and the south side of that intersection, just because the entire intent of this project is to really expedite pedestrian flow and encourage biking and walking, especially as it relates to the fairground, especially as it relates to Costa Mesa High School. So if we can maybe sort of like think from the priority of pedestrians, at least for this one intersection, as opposed to traffic flow. I'm sure we can use we can adjust potentially the signal or we use the pickle switch anyway during fair time to kind of override everything. So that can potentially be a slightly different operation. But otherwise, this is great. I'm glad this is finally coming forward. I actually had a number of residents in College Park ask me, hey, whatever happened to that Merrimack project? And then the next day I got an agenda. So you were also apparently a mind reader. So thanks for getting this far.
Okay, great. Councilor Reynolds, do you want to speak to the item?
No, I appreciate and fully support sort of looking into completing that crosswalk for pedestrians. I think one of the things, I hope that we consider pedestrians as a priority in all of our active transportation projects and really all of our transportation projects. We heard one of the reasons for not adding a crosswalk there is to support the efficiency of vehicle throughput. And I think we need to really consider how we're prioritizing vehicle efficiency versus pedestrian safety and pedestrian convenience. This area with Orange Coast College, City Hall down the street, and the fairgrounds does get a lot of foot traffic. I've been on that intersection by foot and by bike, and certainly there's a lot to improve. I also want to just acknowledge the speaker's comments on the really good parts of this project, buffered bike lanes. Those are hugely important. I've been on enough unbuffered bike lanes to really appreciate buffered bike lanes. And I think I saw some bollards there to provide some physical separation. If you guys haven't been on a bike, I really encourage you to do so. It's terrifying in some parts of our city, but I think having that experience of being terrified riding your bike in some parts of our city is a really important experience for us to have as we approve these construction projects. So buffered bike lane, the bollards providing some physical separation between the vehicle roadway and the bike lane, the green paint, and I think we heard the bike box. Really excited to see those design features. And then lastly, you didn't share Bart and Raja in the report, but the outreach and engagement and feedback process for this project was I think pretty innovative, right? It was we actually did a physical demonstration. So it wasn't just pen to paper, but a physical pop-up demonstration of this ATP concept that has now turned into a real project. And that's, I'm learning, becoming more of a trend, and there are strategies to do that in a more efficient way, quicker pop-ups to really test out concepts. And I really encourage that we continue to seek those opportunities. So thank you. I'm excited for that 100-day project.
Yay.
I'll be checking the calendar.
Madam Mayor, just one more point.
Yes.
So the one more reason that on the reason why the south side crosswalk is not there is also because we don't have a sidewalk on the south side of Merrimack. With this project, we actually were planning to add a sidewalk, but then the residents came out against the sidewalk through a public engagement process. So the sidewalk was removed. So we put a sidewalk on a crosswalk. It really doesn't connect to a sidewalk on the south side of Merrimack.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding us of that. And then also, I think we should check in with PD, because during fair time, they're managing that intersection and they want to limit the number of crosses just for ease of management. This is a street that I travel on every single day of life. And so I'm excited about this project. Go Human was the group that through, I believe it's through SCAG, that we received the grant for the demonstration project. And it's been a long time coming. So we're excited that this is moving forward. Love to see more of these types of facility improvements in our city. And it's a nice complement to the Arlington bike trail that wraps around the fairgrounds, which, you know, you all did such an excellent job on getting that implemented. And I know lots of people have been using it, especially during the pandemic. And if anybody doesn't know, it's 2.2 miles around it. So get out and move. All right, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes, and I think it's pronounced moving.
Moving, okay.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I will unshare our video and mute ourselves. And Councilmember Mar, can you take item number 3?
I can.
Item number 3 is the warrant resolution.
Thank you, City Clerk. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Move the item.
I'll second.
Second.
All right, second by Councilmember Guinness. And let's vote by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Mar,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 with Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and Mayor Foley recused.
Okay, thank you. And I realized after I did that you don't have the participants window. Or maybe you do, I don't know. Okay, now we will move on to our next item, which is public hearing. And at this time, our first item will be, as we rearrange the agenda, the annual review of the citywide traffic impact fee.
Thank you. Item number 3 is the annual review of the citywide traffic impact fee, presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Services Director.
Madam Mayor, you can see the screen. So this is the annual review of the traffic impact fee program. So the city first adopted the traffic impact fee in 1993, and every year we have been conducting an annual review of this program. As you can see, the fee varied, in the cost per daily trip between $228 and $335. So in 2019, the City Council approved a traffic impact fee of $235 per ADT, average daily trip, and this is with the inclusion of all active transportation projects. The Council also approved allocation of up to 10% of the fees towards signal synchronization projects. And the prior year, we had a funding cap for active transportation. That cap was removed last year. And the council also approved a new program to, because of the inclusion of the active transportation projects, a reduction in automobile trips for 5% for all projects, and an additional 5% if the project implements programs or projects that go beyond the traditional required elements. Like for example, adding or expanding on a bicycle facility, or providing additional amenities to promote pedestrian and bicycle travel. So the traffic impact fee ad hoc committee met on October 22nd, and reviewed the fee program and the fees from the fund balance from prior year. And based on the discussions, no changes were recommended to the program this year. This sheet shows the fund balance. We have the total fund balance is $4.7 million, of which approximately $2 million are allocated for current and future projects. So the ad hoc committee recommendation, which is also a staff recommendation to the council, is to continue the fee of $235 per ADT with the inclusion of active transportation projects, and continue the allocation of 10% towards traffic signal synchronization projects, and continue the 5% reduction in auto trips for ATP projects that are already in the program, and an additional 5% for active transportation improvements that are implemented as part of the project that go beyond the ATP. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sethuraman. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I just had one question on the traffic signal synchronization projects. Are we, given that traffic patterns are so strange this year with everything that's going on, are we investing in signal synchronization right now? Does it make sense to?
Councilmember Reynolds, we are, so at most of the signal synchronization projects that we implement are through grant program. OCTA has a Measure P grant, which is solely signal synchronization. That's the only type of projects they fund. And we've been successful in securing a lot of funding using that program. And even though the signal synchronization, we call it signal synchronization, and it appears that it's meant for vehicles, but actually a lot of the program money goes for improving the pedestrian timings. We change out all the signal heads to have countdown pedestrian heads. So we implement, and also we change the old signal controllers to enable newer technologies, for example, bicycle detection. So it's definitely something that we like to pursue, and we've been successful in getting several $1 million worth of grants using that program.
So we're using these fees to leverage for additional grant money, is what I'm understanding?
That's exactly.
Is that right?
So the grant funds are 10%, and we use 20%, and some of these fees goes towards that.
For matching. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised, I will open this item up for public comment. Is there anyone wishing to speak to this item? If you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature or press *9 on your telephone. Seeing no one, I'll close the public comment. Council, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature to make a motion. Councilmember Reynolds.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Councilmember Mark. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr, Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sethuraman, appreciate it. Okay, next item, Ms. Green. Item number 2.
Thank you. This is the Community Choice Energy Joint Powers Authority Agreement and first reading of an ordinance authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program. And the ordinance is entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, authorizing the implementation of a community choice aggregation program. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman.
Mr. Sethuraman.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, again, good evening. So this item is on Orange County Community Choice Energy Joint Powers Authority Agreement, as well as the ordinance. So you have seen this slide before. So CCE, or Community Choice Energy, is an alternative energy supplier that can directly develop and buy electricity on behalf of local businesses and residents. Southern California Edison, that normally supplies the power, will continue to provide transmission and delivery services. The California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC, they regulate the CCE, and once established, it will become the default electric utility provider unless customers opt out of the program, and then they revert back to the SCE program. On October 20th, the council received a presentation from staff on CCE options for Costa Mesa, including Orange County CCE led by City of Irvine. So at that meeting, City Council directed staff to continue its due diligence and review the JPA in collaboration with Irvine and other interested cities, and return with recommendations regarding next steps. So while some modifications were made to the JPA by the City of Irvine, some of the terms and conditions are still being discussed and negotiated, between all parties. And City of Fullerton, for example, they approved the JPA in concept, but then they authorized the city manager to continue negotiations. Some of the items staff is negotiating include equal and meaningful representation on the board. We're looking at the financing mechanism and loan repayment terms. Some of the voting requirements that are embedded in the JPA. The exit clauses. Some of them are voluntary, but then there are also involuntary termination. So these are some of the clauses that we're reviewing. And then finally, the assets, liabilities, and the retirement programs. The city recently received on November 12 updated pro forma. This is basically a financial package prepared by EES Consulting, and it was transmitted in a supplemental memo to you. The pro forma, again, it summarizes financial forecast for 3 scenarios, of which 2 and 3 include Costa Mesa. The ES Consulting used SCE load data for all the cities that requested this data to develop this pro forma. As you can see, there are 3 costs associated with CCE. There's a formation cost, about $250,000. And then there's a startup cost of about $2.5 million, considering maybe 3 to 4 cities, and a working capital that could range from 8 to 17 million, again depending on number of cities that join the CCE. The city of Irvine, in their approval, has indicated that they would be financing, or they would be providing a loan for the formation and the startup cost, and would be willing to put a collateral for a third-party loan for the working capital. The repayment that's in the preliminary pro forma mentions that the initial loan payment would be repayment would be for the capital, the working capital, and that would take about 5 years to be repaid. The City of Irvine loan would come next, and starting in 2026, and it would take about 3 years. Again, these are estimates at this point, assuming a start of service in 2022. After the debt service is repaid and the buildup of reserves in CCE, then the net income would be available for customer programs and other rate discounts. So the next steps in the process are to continue negotiations to finalize the JPA. Now the deadline to start any program in a year time frame is end of this year. So due to this deadline, the JPA will need to be executed by early December. Staff will continue to review any further feasibility studies and financial information, and the JPA board will need to be formed and take actions to initiate the CCE. So staff recommendations include City Council consideration of CCE JPA, but granting authority to city manager and city attorney to continue negotiations to make sure we get an acceptable agreement. And then authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute that agreement. Staff also requests city council to introduce the ordinance, should you wish to proceed, authorizing the implementation of the CCE for first reading. And finally, if this is approved, staff requests council to consider appointment of a JPA board member and an alternate. With that, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much for that report. We have a couple questions in the queue. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, then Councilmember Chavez, then Councilmember Guinness. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yeah, so I just want to confirm with staff as I'm looking at this agreement, specifically under Section 5, the financial provisions, and right around 5.5, 5.6, and 5.7 or 5.6, and 5.7 is, it doesn't seem like there's it seems like there's a kind of a pretty good firewall, and there's no recourse to the city itself for either the repayment of the working capital or the Irvine loan, that the only recourse for repayment of that is to the operating revenues of the JPA. Am I reading that correctly?
Who wants to answer that question? Ms. Farrell Harrison or Ms. Barlow? Or Mr. Sethuraman? That's a legal question. Ms. Barlow?
Also Ryan Barron's on the line available if we.
Yeah.
I apologize. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. I'm looking at the agreement, and it's specifically Section 5, and it looks like it's very clear to me when I read it that there's what I call a firewall between the JPA and the city's resources, specifically the general fund, so that the obligation to repay the working capital financing and the Irvine loan is going to come from the operational revenues of the JPA, and the city would not under any circumstances either be primarily or secondarily on the hook for any of those debts. Am I reading it correctly?
You're reading the text correctly. However, there are various provisions of the agreement that could change that, and some provisions of law. So, by way of example, the whatever pension program is created for the employees of this JPA, and my understanding is it would most certainly be a defined contribution type of plan, but should there be unfunded liabilities for that type of program at some point in time, the cities could all be responsible for that under statute. There's also some question about whether individual members of a JPA can be liable for torts of the JPA. There's a kind of a split in authority on that issue. That's the reason that the indemnification language and the insurance requirements in the JPA agreement exist. And then finally, there's one other area, and that involves termination of the agreement. If there's a termination of the agreement for some reason, and there are liabilities that are still outstanding, the part of the JPA provides that rate revenues will be used to the maximum extent possible to pay for those, but that still leaves some potential exposure for general fund liability.
And is that something, okay, so then that those carve outs, so I think you generally agree with me, but then you've identified a couple things: the pensions, the tort liability, and then the potential liability upon termination. But
Correct.
are those items that are likely to be subject to negotiation to eliminate those points of exposure, or not?
Not for the pension liabilities, although it will be important what type of program is set up for the employees, because obviously with the statutory requirement that individual members of a JPA remain responsible for those benefits, you want to be sure that whatever program is set up can be fully funded without unfunded liability coming up. And that's been the big problem with other kinds of defined benefit programs.
And what's the expectation about the level of employees that are going to be in this JPA?
As I recall, initially it's going to be one, then there'll be a second one, and then I think ultimately, and of course it could change with additional members, but we're ultimately looking for, I believe, about 7 employees. Is that correct, Ms. Farrell Harrison?
10 employees.
Up to 10,
Less than 10.
5 and 10 employees,
And
depending
so
on the size of the JPA.
5 or 10 employees. Okay. All right. And so I got it. So the potential for pension exposure on this, that's obviously a pretty small amount of employees.
Mm-hmm.
You have the JPA. I mean, I'm just trying to get an understanding of the risk.
Right. I think in terms of torts, obviously we're going to, the JPA.
Well, first, let's stick with pensions.
Okay. For pensions, I think, again, we can really limit that liability by having the JPA provide benefit packages that are, as much upfront funded and based upon defined contributions as opposed to benefits as possible, because that will help you avoid those unfunded liability risks. As to the others, if you'd like me to address those, I can do that real quickly.
But before you go on, that can be a deal point in the actual agreement itself, right? To have kind of self-funded pension packages.
It can, and in fact, I think it's been made clear to us that the intention would be to do a defined contribution type of plan here, and that would be similar to what the other energy JPAs have done.
Like a 401k?
Yes.
Okay, now go on to torts.
So with the torts, that what we believe is that the statute should provide us with some protection, and as well as the language in the agreement. However, as I say, there's been a split of authority in the case law. And so for that issue, we can't negotiate that away except to put in as strong language as we can, and that's in there. But the primary protectant on that issue is to ensure that there's plenty of insurance, not only at the JPA level, but among the member cities to protect us from that, and strong indemnification language, which is in there.
What type of torts you think would happen on a CCE JPA?
It's hard. Anytime you have an employee and they are doing work that could put them on a roadway, for example, where you have a driver. So there could be torts. I don't expect that they would be necessarily of the magnitude that the city faces with all of its full services. It's much more limited.
And as you pointed out, there'd be insurance. And then just a couple short comment on the exposure regarding the termination piece.
We have asked for some changes in the language on that. I was concerned about any ability to go back against the general fund on those potential liabilities. So we have some suggested language that we will be providing to Irvine. So that is a subject of some negotiation, and it is one that is among those that we have recommended that you give us authority to negotiate.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
I wanted to just make a couple of points to your questions, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, on the firewall concept. And so I think 5.5 expresses the intent that ratepayer revenue is what's expected to pay off all of the bills. And so, but I wouldn't see that as a firewall per se. There is no obligation on the general fund side, which is clear in the JPA agreement. But I do point to 5.6. There's no requirement for contributions or payments. However, I'll just tell you that from my experience working on many different JPAs, requests for requirement from a contribution from a city is not uncommon. If there are unanticipated costs, if loans aren't repaid in the time that you thought and you can't refinance it. I mean, I can think of a lot of scenarios where a request for a contribution could be made. That's not necessarily a horrific thing. I just want for us all to be clear that sometimes the estimates and what you expect to happen doesn't happen. There are a lot of moving parts. And so there could be a time when there's a contribution that would be requested. There's also a membership fee that could be paid as presumed from the ratepayer income. Again, if the costs don't and the revenue don't match out, then that could be a request for a payment. So there's no requirement from a contribution, but there's nothing to say that in the future, a request for a contribution couldn't be made.
And then if that happened, then it would go back to the council, and the council would have to determine whether it's in the best interest of the city of Costa Mesa to voluntarily make that contribution.
Agreed. Typically, it'll come up during the budget process if that's going to happen, and then the council can decide to appropriate the funds, however nominal or whatever the dollar amount is, and then, that could be used to do that. But I wouldn't consider it a firewall per se in that regard. Obviously, the intent is for it to be self-funding, self-financing, and have enough funding to do all the programs and everything else. That may not always be the case 100% of the time. That's the only caveat there.
All right, I think I'm up next.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. I was writing notes.
No, you're fine. It's a dense topic.
Actually, I think Councilmember Guinness was up next, and then you.
Oh, actually, I thought he was up next.
Okay.
But I don't care. Go ahead.
Zanny, I'll go first. Remember Guinness, because he has a lot of good questions, and I want you to ask my questions.
I always have lots of.
Yeah. Staff, I really have a couple quick questions. It's Mayor Pro Tem did a good job asking the financial questions. I'm gonna go more on the structural side on the JPA, because I have a few concerns that I raised last time and I want to reiterate again. The first one is, one of the concerns I had was that Irvine would have 2 seats at the table of any JPA board. So as we stand right now, has that changed? Does every city have equal representation?
The answer to that is no. We're going to work on that tonight, hopefully. Ms. Farrell Harrison or Ms. Barlow, who wants to answer that?
Right now, the version that we have is a proposal for Irvine to retain 2 seats on the board until they have been repaid the initial funding, as well as they have been made whole for the pledge of collateral for the loan. And I believe that repayment term is about 5 years. Yeah.
Okay, and that's under the assumption that there's earnings being done in those 5 years. So like the manager said, if there weren't earnings in those 5 years, they'll have 2 seats for longer than that. Correct?
That's right.
Right, and actually the repayment doesn't begin immediately. I think it doesn't actually begin until there are some earnings. So yes, it could last longer than that.
Mr. Seth
Okay.
Rahman, was it 2026? Is that what I saw, if I recall?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it says it's the repayment will start in 2026 and could take another 3 years for it to be repaid. So it could be 2029 by the time.
Wow. So if we're being optimistic, the best chance we have for having accurate quality on the board is until 2029. Okay. And then just for the public's understanding, can you explain the concept of the weighted vote that's in this JPA as well?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilor Chas, I'll try to explain. It's weighted shares vote is basically looking at the amount of kilowatt hours or whatever for that city, using that as a weight in figuring out. For example, City of Irvine has about 3 times as many customers and usage as Costa Mesa. So each vote is worth 3 times Costa Mesa's vote.
Okay. So essentially what I'm hearing is if by some chance there's a vote that happens in the JPA and Irvine's 2 votes get outvoted, they can ask for a weighted vote where they have 3 times more influence than we do. Is that what I'm hearing?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilor Chavez, there is the requirement for calling a weighted vote according to the revised agreement is that it should be called by 1 Irvine delegate and 1 outside of Irvine. So both City of Irvine cannot call up this weighted vote. They have to partner with another agency to call a weighted vote.
Okay. So essentially if Irvine and 1 friend city want to do this, they can overpower us by just doing a weighted vote. Sorry, speaking in hyperbole here.
Yeah,
My apologies.
That's right. You're understanding it correctly.
Yes.
Okay. So those were concerns I had last time, and thank you for readjusting them to the public.
Guinness.
Okay, I'm glad he asked those questions so that then I don't have to ask them again. Now, in theory, once the notes are paid off, then we would begin to have equal votes, which optimistically would be 2029. Could the board vote to refi the note? Would that be considered the end of the payment, or could it be extended indefinitely through a refi?
I wouldn't expect that it would be extended indefinitely through refi, but potentially that's possible. The question would be, what's the collateral? So if the collateral for a refi was an asset of the authority, as opposed to the City of Irvine, then that would not necessarily delay the change in governance. The payment requirement is the initial outlay plus the collateral. So if they're no longer offering the collateral for the other funds, then in theory that extra seat should go away even in that situation.
I do think, however, though, that needs to be clearly stated in the agreement.
Agreed.
That a refinancing of the preliminary loan term doesn't necessarily extend it, or if it does, that it's revisited at the time that it's eventually paid off. So I think that's something that probably needs to be further negotiated.
Okay.
And I still have some concerns about the debt issue, particularly should, for whatever reason, Irvine no longer make the collateral available. But the agreement references eminent domain. Since in theory, we're kind of buying energy and distributing it, why would we need, does this agreement envision building things, acquiring property? Under what circumstances would the JPA need to pursue eminent domain?
You may need to ask Mr. Barron that. I mean, I don't have any specific circumstances under which that would be required, unless for some reason we would need to do a minor take for easement for lines or transmission facilities or something like that. But since we're not planning on building our own, I'm not aware that is in there. Mr. Barron might be able to explain why or when he thinks that may be necessary.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness, after we hear from all the questions, and I'm going to ask Mr. Barron to come on and respond to all these questions. So we'll put that one on. Okay.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
and then there's a reference on
Councilmember Guinness, Mr. Sethuraman had a response to you.
Oh, okay.
based on our discussions earlier, there could be in the future if the CC wants to get into a generation, for example, they want to buy a property and have solar, whatever array and all things like that. I mean, that could be a case where you acquire property, and if that requires eminent domain, I think that's kind of the reason why it's there. But there are clauses that we are adding in there that would say if an eminent domain is in our city, for example, our city council has to authorize it first before it gets exercised by the JPA. So
Well, I understand that part, but I'm just wondering what kind of grandiose plans may be down the road that would necessitate eminent domain. And I'm particularly concerned about the extent to which the city could be then on the hook for some of the expenses associated with power generation plants and transmission lines, as well as the liability. For example, PG&E has huge liability now for transmission lines and incidents related to that ownership of those and construction and maintenance of those. So I don't see anything in here that references those types of things or a supermajority vote needed or anything like that. And so the agreement's pretty much silent on those. And it seems like there should be something that sort of outlines under what circumstance we go beyond just kind of redistributing energy. I don't know. To me, it seems like it would be huge to have that occurring without having the city really be able to talk about it, particularly because of the obligations. Now, under the termination, we have to give, if we were to want to withdraw, we have to give 6 months notice. However, the city could be terminated with 30 days notice. And what does that do to our residents in terms of their energy use, their electricity provisions?
Ms. Barlow or Mr. Sethuraman?
So,
Mr. Sethuraman might be able to explain the process for the residents better.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would assume that at that point we revert back to the Edison utility provider as a utility provider. So it reverts back to Edison.
And would they need to do anything? For example, I've had my electricity so long, I don't really remember, but I think at the time I signed up for electricity to my house, I had to pay some initial amount. Would our residents be stuck with that then?
Be stuck with, I'm
like
sorry.
a hookup fee or something, or would they just automatically go back and it'd be as if none of this ever happened?
So do you mean would their deposit, would they
incur some sort of fee to be reestablished with Edison?
So Madam Mayor, I think it could be the reconnection fee, things like that. I need to check on that. Let me look into that. Maybe Mr. Barron might have an answer to it.
Because 30 days, that's pretty quick. And for some of our residents, if there is a fee, that could be, that could really be problematic. And I think that's it. Oops, wait a minute, let me see. The continuing liability, if we withdraw or are terminated, it's interesting because it talks about obligations that were incurred prior to our withdrawal. And maybe I just need to read it more carefully, but is that date going to be the time at which we say, hey, we want to quit, and then we're there for 6 more months? Or could a member agency continue to incur additional liabilities during that 6-month period where they're not allowed to step away yet?
I believe it's the latter, Councilmember Guinness. That is that we have to give 6 months notice. So the ordinary course of business expenditures and so on would continue for the 6 months until we were effectively terminated. But I'm sure that Mr. Barron, if I'm wrong, will be happy to address that as well.
And then there's, those references to contributions. Would failure to provide a contribution constitute grounds for termination then?
Ms. Barlow?
It could, although the language, it does speak of contributions. But I would imagine that there would be opportunity. Well, certainly there would be an opportunity to cure. But if there was some major contribution that we decided not to make, yes, that could trigger termination.
Because I'm just a little concerned that in this, we're sort of the little guy. And I don't want to see us sort of at the mercy of some higher energy users, and our residents end up sort of locked in due to us being the little minority voice on the board. And so that's why I'm asking a lot of these questions. And I think that does it for now.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions from anyone? Okay, I had, Councilman Reynolds.
Sorry, I'm going to throw one in there. I appreciate all of the questions already. One of the things mentioned was this 5 to 7 year period where, basically anything we earn, we're paying back, right, on all of the startups. But in terms of our resident benefit and business benefit of any of our electric users, my understanding is that we would still, our residents and businesses would still see cost savings sort of on day one of them being enrolled in the program. Can we confirm that?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, the pro forma, again, it's a preliminary pro forma that we reviewed. It forecasts 2% savings for customers.
So the intention is at least that the residents and businesses would see an immediate reduction in their electricity bills. Is that sort of in the rules, or is that just sort of the intention of the rules, the way they're written now? Because I think that depends on what rates this JPA would set, correct?
Yes, Councilman Reynolds, I think it's the intention to have this reduced rate as an incentive, and also to show the benefit of the CCE.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a rule though.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I had a couple questions. Thank you. Excellent questions. As it relates to the board member makeup, I think I have great concern that we would have only one voting board member. I think all of us share that concern. And so a couple of questions that relate to how maybe we could change that. And in terms of disclosure, Councilmember Mar and I have had lengthy conversations with Mr. Barron and with the mayor-elect for Irvine, as well as a council member from Irvine, trying to address these still lingering outstanding issues that our city attorney and our city manager have carefully and thoughtfully identified for us to protect our interest. And so one of the issues is, if we were to contribute to the loan to get this JPA started, what would that entail? What would that look like? And would that make it so that we all could get paid back faster? Or would that not have an impact on that? It's 3 different questions. Sorry. I'm not sure who to direct that to, whether it's Ms. Farrell Harrison or Ms. Barlow.
Thanks, Mayor. That's not a question that we at the staff level have discussed. However, to your question, there are 2 different loans, if you will, or financing that the city of Irvine is providing to assist in the JPA formation. There's the startup cost of 2.5 million, and there's also the cash collateral that's being pledged for the working capital, which is mostly for the energy acquisition and purchases. And so is your question about both, one or the other? Because it would be treated just a little bit differently, but I can walk through both.
Let's start with both and then go backwards.
Okay, so this is only based on very brief conversations that I had with the finance department before this meeting. So I just have to caveat that in case there's anything that we're missing. So on the startup cost of 2.5 million, if we were to participate in that financing as well, because the way it's working is Irvine is putting up, they're financing that upfront cost then to be repaid, right, over the 3 years, which is 2 years after launch. So we could assist in that as an investment in our portfolio. And so we would participate in some amount that you could choose, either a pro rata share based on our composition of the load data based on an assumption, or up to a certain maximum amount, to also have additional representation on the board if that's the goal. And then we would get repaid on that. And so we would show that as an investment in our financial statements to be repaid with interest in that time frame, let's say 5 years from today, because we would have to provide the upfront costs sooner rather than later because they're for the initial phase. And so that would be how we would do that, or an interagency loan. We just have to kind of talk to our auditors about that. In terms of the easier one, quite frankly, is the collateral pledge. Even if it's a cash collateral pledge for the working capital, that's just still an asset on the books. And so that's probably an easier route to go. We have unrestricted funds that we could pledge. Even if it were to be held in an escrow account or in a debt service reserve account, it would still show as an asset in our financial statements, just held in trust with a financial entity. And then we could do that up to a certain amount as well. And that one, though, has the longer repayment of the 5 years from launch. And so I think, right, so I think that's the one that's potentially 7 years from today, I believe.
Okay. Okay, so there's a way to do that if that's what is required to get us another seat at the table.
Yeah, it just just requires your authorization tonight for us to go down that path, one scenario or the other, or whatever is the council's direction on that. Pursuant to, of course, the city of Irvine agreeing and the other members agreeing that participating in the startup costs and participating in the cash pledge is something that they're interested in entertaining to allow for greater or equal governance for the founding members of the JPA. Does that make sense?
Okay, I lost everyone. Did you all lose everyone or just me?
Just you, and only for a couple seconds.
Okay, so I lost you where you said that depends on them agreeing, the other members or the city of Irvine, and then I didn't hear anything else.
Right, since we're primarily negotiating with the city of Irvine at the moment, it would be basically under discussion with them, assuming that their city council would be open to such a concept of sharing in those upfront financing costs. That's the basis for, from our understanding, that is the basis for the higher representation on the board. And so to address our concerns about being outvoted either through the weighted vote process or through the just additional seat on the board, that would be a method to help equalize that, perhaps subject to their approval, of course, or their agreement.
Right. So, okay. And then another question I had unrelated to the financing is related to, well, I guess it might be related, but the termination language. Mr. Sethuraman, can you put up on the screen that slide that shows I think there was like 5 outstanding points that were still under negotiation? Okay, so we talked about point 1, we talked about point 2, talked about point 3. Can you discuss, Ms. Barlow, the issues regarding the exit clauses and what your recommendation is with regard to the change to that language that's being proposed, if that's appropriate?
We actually have, I'm sorry, Ms. Farrell Harrison, were you going to comment? Sounded like you were going to comment.
No.
We actually have a few changes and questions to that portion of the agreement. And some of those came up in the comments. The question about how do we ensure that major liabilities are not incurred between giving notice of our intent to withdraw and the actual withdrawal date. Question about what types of contributions we might have to make, and of course the very important question about the language that currently at least could theoretically make our general fund liable for expenses as opposed to income from the programs. That's the one that concerns me the most. And for those of you who are interested, that's in section 6.3.
Ms. Barlow, did we ever get an answer to the question of why 30 days that a member could be removed with 30 days notice, but if a member wants to leave, it's 6 months?
Well, we didn't, but I'm assuming that the reason is because that first they'd have to give you 30 days notice of whatever breach they think you have committed before they could then terminate you, and then there would be another 30 days. Notwithstanding that rationale, what I don't see in there is any opportunity for a city that might for some reason be in breach to cure a violation after the determination that they were in fact in breach. And then of course there's also no language in here that what we would call force majeure. What happens if there is a major disaster in the area and that affects the ability of any one of the members to make a financial contribution or do something else that might be required by the agreement? There's no mechanism for excusing that based upon inability to perform. And so that's a problem as well.
Okay, so can I ask one other question on, I thought there was an issue with regard to the dispute resolution section, which is 7.1, but it looks like that's included in here. Was it something additional that we wanted, or is that sufficient now?
No, I think what so section 6.2 from my standpoint, and just from my experience with different types of JPAs, is the most problematic. This, for me, is a deal breaker in terms of this language remaining the same, because there isn't much here about an objective third party process for determining the basis of how the assets and liability distributions get determined. And if there is no asset distribution, there's certainly liabilities, right? If there's a liability with you being withdrawn, I would presume that there's a liability associated with termination, and how that gets calculated by an objective third party arbiter, mediation, something to that effect, but in a process that deals with the financial aspects of it, obviously. So independent auditor, certified public independent auditor that does that analysis, subject to review by both parties, something to that effect. But more than anything else, it's the 30 days aspect. And the language here specifically states that there's written notice of the proposed termination, and the reasons for such termination shall be delivered to the party, but it doesn't say the reasons that would qualify for you to be kicked out, if you will. And so my concern is it's a board of elected officials. It could different political views, may have, their own personal conflicts, their own issues in the past, prior history comes into this relationship, and there's an involuntary termination that's triggered. The other thing that I think needs to be clarified, is this an involuntary termination of the board member who is the elected official, or of the member agency? That's two very different things. If there's the reason to terminate the board member because of there is information about a felony charge for a board member, for example. I've had that experience in the past, not myself, but having to address a board member that had committed a felony, that was one of the many things that could get you removed from the board. But it's not clear whether this subject relates to the elected official or the member agency. And then again, the 30 days is problematic.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And if I could add to that, Madam Mayor.
Sure.
Yeah, I think what we want is some additional language that would ensure that the provision for voluntary mediation would be required to be triggered prior to any effort to terminate. And that would allow not only an opportunity for the parties to try and reach agreement, but at least some time period for a party who is in default to cure that default.
Okay, you don't think 7.1 addresses that? That's how I read that.
The way it currently reads, no, because it only provides that they can, before exercising any remedy provided by law.
So you would want that to say by law or this agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. So my other question relates to labor. I didn't see any language in the agreement that addressed labor or prevailing wages or anything related to labor issues. Is there something is that assumed, or how is that interplay with this?
There is nothing in the agreement that addresses that. I believe that, the intent is to purchase power, but there's nothing that specifies, other than meeting the state requirements for clean energy. There's nothing that specifies any particular labor conditions for any individuals who might be involved in generating that power.
Okay. Okay. Those were my questions. So let's see. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, then Councilmember Mar, then Councilmember Reynolds again.
Yeah, just a couple of quick follow-ups. So since the topic was brought up about us potentially participating in the financing, I have a couple of questions about that. I mean, I thought I heard the city manager say that we could use some of our unrestricted funds to participate, either by loaning them as part of our portfolio or as part of the cash collateral. But I mean, what do you think, Lorianne? I mean, that's what we also call our reserves. And I mean, how do you think we have sufficient?
We lost you, John.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. Do you think we have sufficient liquidity to consider an investment?
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid question. I think at this point where we are today, it's basically a council decision. The collateral pledge I'm far more comfortable with, because basically what we're saying is that we are pledging to not spend that amount on anything else, because we have pledged it as collateral in the event that the revenues aren't sufficient to pay off the debt, which in most cases, if the revenue is insufficient to not pay off the debt, you'll refinance that debt for a longer period of time to allow for that revenue to catch up to be able to pay off the debt. So that's less risk to do the collateral pledge, even if it's a cash pledge, right? And we still, again, it's still part of our many reserves. It's just that it's restricted for this purpose. We have other restricted assets within our reserves as well that we've restricted for specific reasons within our reserves. So that's something that I feel comfortable with, assuming that we can negotiate some aspects of this JPA that we've all discussed that we feel really need to work on in order for us to have equal representation on the board. The issue of the participating in the startup costs, that's a matter of, do we want to, how much, a pro rata share or more than pro rata share, and seeing that as an investment to get repaid. Again, it's an investment. We have an investment portfolio. We make investments now. Can't be more than 5 years pursuant to government statute. And so that's something that, we have to make sure that we're consistent with that at interest rates allowed through the government code for investments that we can enter into. And so if we believe that that's a good investment, then that's something that we could move forward with. So it's really council's decision. There are mechanisms to do that. But again, I can't urge enough that some of these aspects of this agreement really need to be tightened up.
Okay, and then the other thing is so when we talk about collateral for the loan, like with the TCA, the only collateral for the loan is the future revenues. There's no city that puts up any cash collateral. I mean, obviously Costa Mesa doesn't. There's no city that does. And so when we talk about cash collateral in this context, and we talk about doing what you're suggesting, I mean, is it a 1-to-1 ratio? In other words, if the agency or the JPA borrows the working capital, does somebody, whether it's Irvine, Costa Mesa, Fullerton, whoever, have to actually encumber funds, or can at least part of the collateral, if not most of it, be encumbering the revenues as they do it in the TCA model?
So I've not been involved in the negotiations with the financing entities, so that's perhaps something that Ryan or Gary can respond to better. But typically with any financing, the first pledge is going to be the revenue stream that's closely associated to it. So in this case, the first pledge is the revenue. So that is what we're pledging to the financing, to the bank's financing entity as the basis for acquiring the loan funds up front. So they'll loan us the 8 to 17 million, and we're pledging that revenue to repayment of that loan. However, because it's a new venture and there is an experience with these specific cities in this specific instance, sometimes they will require, in addition to the revenue pledge that's associated with the ratepayer payments, they'll ask for an additional pledge. Sometimes it's a hard asset. Collateral can come in different forms. Usually in this case, it'll be cash. And so they would ask for either and as a way to obtain the financing to actually participate with a cash collateral pledge as well as a backstop, or they would offer to finance less and actually have the cities all contribute a cash payment to basically just pay a portion of that energy acquisition themselves up front. So it could happen either way.
Okay.
A full financing with pledge of the revenues and collateral cash, or a partial financing with cities paying down a portion of it themselves, not as a pledge, but actually buying that energy, and they would finance less.
Okay. The other aspect of it, just shifting topics, is I think that the mayor mentioned this, it made me think about it, is in the section of involuntary termination, there should be at least some language about what a cause for voluntary termination would be, and an opportunity to cure. I think that this language at the bottom of 6.2 is pretty it could be used in a pretty draconian way, where it says a board action to terminate a party's membership in the authority shall be upheld so long as it is not arbitrary and capricious and is supported by substantial evidence. But the problem with that is unless you have some factors that would say what the basis for the cause would be, there's nothing to measure whether or not the decision was arbitrary and capricious. It seems like that language kind of folds it really into almost a termination with or without cause provision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all agree that we need to tighten up the language. The agreement does provide that there needs to be a material violation to justify the termination, but we really think we need more specific language about what that means.
And a longer amount of time to sort that out, because I mean, if we just look at how we agendize things, I mean, something could, within 30 days could mean something has to get agendized right away. And if you're not noticed in sufficient time, before you know it, you're on the agenda as being terminated and haven't had it.
Right, and then the mediation piece on 7.1 with the 120-day mediation, it's kind of weird when they say non-binding mediation. There's a lot of little goofy language in here that needs to be cleaned up because all mediation is non-binding, so it's a little bit strange language, but that really doesn't do anything. You have to have a identification, notice of the breach, an opportunity to cure, and then at that point in time, there's a vote of the board, because all the 120 days is an opportunity to try to settle. That's not a cure period.
I agree with that, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, and that's why I think it's important, whether we have a mediation provision or not, that there has to be an opportunity for the whichever party it is to cure any default. And in addition to that, I think there also needs to be some force majeure language in here to protect against, highly unanticipated events that could impair a party's ability to cure immediately.
Last thing, under this draft, I think it's crystal clear that it's termination of the party, of the city, not a board member.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
Okay, next up is Councilmember Marr and then Councilmember Reynolds.
So just to the question of various kinds of collateral and us not being entirely familiar or confident that we're aware of exactly what the procedures around the financing are going to be. I guess one of my challenges is that none of those things are resolved or made clear, or is the risk lessened by Irvine having 2 seats on the board. That ultimately risk is risk. If they're putting in additional funds, having 2 seats as opposed to 1 seat is not going to reduce the likelihood of default or increase or decrease the amount of collateral that they have to put forward, or anything else contractually as it relates to the function of the JPA. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that the 2 seats are effectively just a political argument more than a contractual or financial one, correct?
I think that's correct. I think that it's viewed by Irvine as providing protection for them to ensure that they do get repaid and that funds wouldn't be diverted to something else. But under the but you're correct.
So that actually brings up the second question, and Councilor Reganis, I'm glad you asked about refinancing. So if I'm looking, I just pulled up the pro forma that was sent over, and I'm looking at option 2, and there aren't line numbers, but the debt service payment on financing starts at 0 in 2021, and then we're repaying the debt until 2030. So, doing my math, that's like 9 years. I guess 8 if we're counting 2022 as the first year. And then meanwhile, reserve fund contributions. So we build up our reserve fund balance. That's a good thing. And then cash available for discretionary programs. Effectively, the CCA is throwing off $8 million in year 2024, and then almost 32 million the following year. But meanwhile, we're still paying the debt service. That's 3 million that year. So I'm just wondering about, is there an argument to sort of pay off the debt sooner? I know this is a trade-off. I'm interested in the programs. I think that's where you get the most benefit from a CCA. But rather than not have a board seat for an extra 4 years, I think I'd rather just pay off the debt faster. So I'm also wondering about, if we have 1 seat on the board and Irvine has 2, and in Q1 we go to work on the financing, will we have the weight on the board to sort of cap the terms of the loan and dictate how quickly that's repaid, such that they only have 1 seat sooner rather than later? I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that question.
Answer that question.
Madam Mayor, again, these are the decisions that ultimately JPA board will take on how to pay, what to pay, and how and whether to fund discretionary programs sooner or than later. So if, yeah, definitely the board can decide to, $33 million is enough to pay off all the loans right off the bat, and then start the programs the following year. So this is a decision for the JPA board.
But her question goes to, will there be the votes for that given the weighted?
Yeah, right. It's in Irvine's interest
Yeah, exactly.
to maintain a greater number of votes. So they would want,
Yeah.
not that I'm saying that they want this, but theoretically they could have 13 years of financing if they want. So what's to sort of prevent that from happening? Or to your point, Councilmember Guinness, to just keep refinancing the loan, especially with interest rates being what they are, like maybe that makes sense. I don't know.
Okay.
And then just last thing, you might be about to say this, Mayor Foley, but when we go to public comment, I don't think anyone here has said anything about not wanting the programs, like not wanting to do this. The devil is in the details, and as you can tell, we're all super, super focused on those details because we want this to be successful. And so just bear that in mind as you tell us about how much we should do this program, that this is what we're focused on right now.
Good point. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I think that's a really helpful reminder, Councilmember Marr, before public comment. I have just sort of a really minor thing that came up as I was rereading this, and just want to, since it seems like we're sort of putting together a list of things to follow up on, it was a note I wanted to look into too, and that was just the language in the draft agreement on compensation. The language, so this is section 3.8, director compensation. I thought it was interesting that the language in this agreement sort of ties the compensation to the Orange County Sanitation District, which is like a different voting body. So curious to hear if that's typical. Otherwise, I would expect to just like have this body sort of set the policies for that. And just to note, as a curiosity, I was looking up what the Orange County Sanitation District compensation is, and quickly added up. In 2019, it was over $200,000 total, which just sort of struck me that we would tie to that. So I just want us to be clear in the agreement and our intention that the goal for the revenue that we're generating here is to like directly reinvest in communities. And this is a small change in the big picture, but it just struck me as odd that was in there tied specifically to another body. So if that's something that we could look at in the language too.
Okay, thank you. That is another item that Mr. Barron can address. Okay, so I don't see any other council member comments or questions. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn to Mr. Barron before we go to just the general public comment. If you could answer some of the questions. Certainly the issues related to the vote and whether or not we have 2 voting members, whether or not Irvine would consider if we were to buy in so that we could have more equity. Also addressing the questions regarding the refinance terms, the language about termination, the issues regarding the curing and the opportunity to cure and the time period for that and cause, the questions regarding force majeure language, the third party process in terms of the termination, to have some kind of a third party determine the basis for the assets and liabilities, clarifying whether it's a board member or the agency, or if that language needs to be corrected to make sure it is the agency or a board member, whichever is preferred. And then addressing the question of course, whether if it is refinanced, the loan is refinanced, does that then pay off the loan and therefore do away with the 2 votes if that's the path that everyone goes on? And then finally, can you just address the compensation, how it was determined? I didn't even catch that. That was Orange County Sanitation District, and why that body. You got it?
Got it. We've got the tape, so we can, in case we need to go back, but I did.
But I was going to have Mr. Barron kind of respond right now. I know that is what we're going to negotiate, but just if he could respond to some of those questions now before we go to public comment.
May I add one more clarification that hopefully Mr. Barron can help us with, and that is, so in addition to the 2 votes for the Irvine members, which expire, let's assume that the loan's paid off in the first instance, no refinancing, there's also the weighted shares vote. And the way that it's written, 3.9.2, it can happen at any board meeting after an affirmative vote or a tie vote. And so I'm unclear still. And so just about when that can be, what instances that could be triggered. I know there's also reference to the special voting. And so I'm still a little murky on the special voting for the 2/3, 3/4 votes versus this weighted vote. And when the weighted vote gets triggered, and how can it literally just undo the vote that the majority of the board of directors have voted just by triggering the weighted vote at any and every meeting?
Okay, that's a good question. Okay, Mr. Barron?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks
Okay,
for
cool.
joining us.
All right, I have a long list here, and I did cut off a little bit with Councilmember Mars and Reynolds' comments in trying to get Gary Saliba on the phone because there were questions there about the pro formas. So I had to call him up in Kirkland, and he's on now.
Okay,
So
that's great.
I
Well, I kind of summarized everything, so.
Yeah, so
Okay.
let me go down the list here. In terms of the pension obligations and the liability that was raised by Councilmember Stevens, we provided both a short memo for public distribution and a longer memo to the city attorneys under privilege that laid out those obligations. So I agree with how Ms. Barlow characterized that in terms of the contract obligations, the tort obligations, and the pension obligations. The contract obligations, for the most part, stay with the JPA unless there was a voluntary withdrawal, and then there's a withdrawal process that we discussed. The tort obligations, correct, there's a case law. There isn't any cases on this, but there's some anecdotal, what we call persuasive authority that suggests that JPAs can be subject to torts. You try to draft broad indemnification language, and then you have insurance coverage, which Ms. Barlow pointed out. And then there's the pension obligations and or I should just say retirement obligations if it's not a full pension, and what the CCAs do, and if you look at not only the pro formas, but other CCA revenues, the JPA has 100% control over the rates. And so at all times, those rates should cover costs, particularly for electricity, where you're looking at, it's a rate-based entity and not one where the members pay dues and you have to sort of set, costs or adjust costs and expenses based on the dues coming in. The second issue, member contribution, comes from the JPA doesn't currently contemplate that any of the members will contribute except for Irvine. They have to affirmatively agree to that. I'm not sure if that was a question, but more of a statement. On the governance portion of it, I think one of the slides says that the loan will be repaid in 2029. What the pro forma says is the loan from the bank will begin repayment in 2025 and go for 3 years. So that would be 2028. The repayment period between the JP and the city of Irvine is, the date there is January 1st, 2027. So the governance seat is tied to that loan. And that's 3 parts, but it's all considered the capital loan. It's the cost to date. It's the $2.5 million in pre-launch costs. It obligates the city to post any cash collateral required by a bank. Plus, what the slide didn't have is it also obligates the city to fund any additional costs that the JPA needs for launch. And the reason being is at the time, the council discussed doing a full fronting of all the money. And at one point we thought, well, it's better to borrow your own money than to go borrow from a bank. But in this case, it was, let's post the cash collateral and we'll commit the city to fund any money on top of that. So that could be the 8 to 20 million or anything short of that, subject to both parties' reasonable approval, the CCA showing the city the pro formas, and then an amendment to that agreement.
Okay, Mr. Barron, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Barron, if Costa Mesa wanted to contribute to that as a way to have equality on the board, is that something that Irvine is willing to agree to?
Well, we discussed that today for the first time, as you noted. And so we have to go back to the city. And there was a slide that was presented of all of the various issues that had presented by the cities to date. We did talk with the city attorney and understand that there will be some edits coming hopefully tomorrow. And then, the council is looking at, we plan to serve up this agreement to them on supplemental that would go before them next week. So, we have to discuss this tomorrow, and then, I don't have an answer for you right now.
Okay, because what I heard was one council member willing and one not on our call today. So we should probably find out, but okay, go ahead, continue.
Let me see. On the weighted vote, just lumping all the governance into one, the way it's written is it is an alternative vote. It can be exercised by 2 or more members. In this case, if the city of Irvine has 2 directors, somebody calls for a weighted vote, it has to be Irvine and 1 other member. Of course, it could be done by Costa Mesa, Fullerton, Lake Forest. It could be done by any of the members that want to call for a weighted vote on any issue when there's an affirmative majority vote or an affirmative tie vote. It has not been exercised by any CCAs except once, from what I understand, and I don't know the reason why. I've been asked that question. I've never really seen a dissenting vote in a CCA JPA. I know they exist in a lot of other JPAs, but that's the way in which it is contemplated in there. And that language is modeled after quite a few of the CCAs. On the special voting, these are like things that tend to be more important to a board, such as adding a member, letting a member withdraw, issuing debt, which is a state law requirement. And those are all 2/3 votes. On eminent domain, that's a four-letter word in many places, and it's 3/4 vote is required there. And we did add a change that was requested by Jones Mayor, and that is that not be able to be delegated to any committee that has delegated authority on those matters. I have never seen eminent domain exercised by a CCA. There aren't sort of capital works construction projects. So to me, this is more of a rare item, but I think there's a lot of protections in there. On the loan, and the TCA question, so I was general counsel to the county's landfill system. Typically, when you're going to issue debt to avoid the constitutional debt limit, you have a few ways to do that, and one is lease revenue financing. Here, the CCAs, they don't own anything. They don't own poles and wires. They don't own transmission. There isn't going to be, the banks don't typically require, or they don't require, any sort of assets be pledged or future revenue. It's typically cash in a bank account to protect against default. And then you can pay down that as you pay down your debt or you show more cash flow or working capital come in. The refinance issue, I've not seen these loans refinanced. They're typically at a fairly low interest rate. We sent over some but actual contracts that our clients have entered into. Typically they're paid off. There might be a 5 or 6 year repayment period, and Gary can talk about that. Typically they're paid off in a few years. There are priorities for that. So there will be lockbox agreements, waterfalls that your counterparties will be paid first for their power purchases, because we're talking tens of millions of dollars a month. Second, the bank will require debt repayment on a monthly basis. The third priority will be banking fees. And then the rest of the money goes to the JPA. And then that covers the consultant operational expenses, programs, and then any repayments of other debt, which would be, i.e. the city of Irvine or the city of Costa Mesa, whatever. So those tend to come last in the priority, and those are insisted upon by the bank. All right, sorry, there's the connection fees issues. Those are handled by SCE as separate charges. There's a generation rate on the customer's bill. The rest are all Edison charges, disconnections. On the PSPS power shutoffs, wildfire, CCAs have been quite active because they're at the end of this. They just buy the electricity, so they don't have any control over those shutoffs. That's all poles and wires done through the independent system operator. And if there's high winds, we participate in the PUC proceeding for several water districts. The CCAs don't have any control or liability associated with those. Okay, I'm taking a breath here. On the savings question, just to clarify, there wasn't a question here, but the 2% is savings off the entire bill. The generation component, Gary, are you on to explain the savings issue? Okay. Well, just to clarify, the generation portion, which is the customer side, that's a 3 to 4% savings. The 2% is off the whole bill, including Edison's charges. The collateral pledge, I think we talked about that. On the termination section, it does provide for a 30-day notice. There isn't a cure period in there. What it does is it typically, I've never seen this exercised. It's 30 days notice, a reasonable time for the board to set a hearing and calculate costs. It has to be for a material breach. The members don't have many obligations in this agreement in terms of funding things. So it isn't defined, because I quite frankly don't think there is much to define, but certainly we can look at how to define that. And it is party, not an individual board member. On labor and prevailing wages, typically the boards consider this issue through the development of an internal procurement policy. and a workforce development policy where they could say in San Diego, we're looking at, prevailing wage on and preference for local labor and local projects. This is different in every jurisdiction. Some, you're required to pay it by law. So prevailing wage is what it is. You want to ensure it's in the contracts to put those developers on notice that if it applies, that they pay for it. But the workforce development portions of that and local labor hiring, that's a board policy issue that's usually discussed about 6 months to a year into the CCA prior to launch. I think I covered most of it, although I did, like I said, miss some of Councilmember Marr and Reynolds' comments. So if you wouldn't mind repeating those for me and Gary, and I can try to answer those.
Well, I think that Councilman Marr was really just talking about the vote, the two board members, and I don't know, I think she can, I don't know, basically it was a rhetorical question.
It's rhetorical. The second one was about why the pro forma shows such a long repayment period while we're throwing off enough revenue essentially to create programs. Why not use the $30 million to start repaying the loan faster?
I mean, I have to get Gary on for the repayment term. Typically, you set your rates, 2, 3, 4% lower than Edison rates. That way, you guarantee your customers are getting some sort of savings, and that you do that for competitive reasons, right? Because there's choice here. You're not a government monopoly where you can just raise rates whenever you want, subject to Prop 218. Here, you have to actually make it competitive. And so there's a lot of focus on rate stability. And then a lot of the CCAs are trying to get 4 to 6 months of operating revenues so they can get a credit rating from Moody's or some of the major credit agencies. It took Marin 5 or 6 years. It took Monterey like 1.5 years or 2 years because they were just very financially, they're very good at what they do. Really, the boards start to make the decisions as to when to roll out programs and at what time. Those usually come fairly quickly. So you'll see LA County do additional low income assistance. One client, really wants to do net energy metering, but if you set the rates at retail, the program can get quite expensive. So the board's really sort of juggling priorities of rate savings versus rate stabilization versus debt service versus programs. And, those are, you try to roll those out as quickly as possible, but they're all sort of subject to those priorities. So I don't have a clean answer for you, but.
Understood. My point was more that if Irvine maintains 2 seats as a result of not paying back the loan faster, they're somewhat disincentivized to make that a priority. And then that sort of ripple down and affects programs and other things. So that was what I was kind of getting at. Thanks.
Yeah. I think the amount of revenues with the 4 cities would be considerable, where you'd see accelerated payments on all loans, as opposed to being a single city like a town of Apple Valley, or even a single city in a Lancaster program or Solana Beach. If the 4 cities projected in scenario 2, that's like the 5th or 6th largest CCA in the state at that point. So your revenues will be considerable.
Okay, and then Councilmember Reynolds, I'm looking through all my notes to see what question wasn't answered, and I can't find it. So did he miss something?
I had a question about just sort of the curiosity about tying the board member compensation to the Orange County Sanitary District, as opposed to just having that, that the board sort of set the policies when they're established.
Yeah, how did you decide on Orange County Sanitation District as the compensation floor?
I think it was to incentivize cities to join. and for board members to come on and really want to be a part of this and get compensated for their time. I don't know this for certain, but my understanding is the Orange County Sanitation District is one of the higher paying agencies.
Oh, yeah.
So the idea is to, compensate folks for their time and get them really contributing.
So
Yeah.
that's very enlightening, because that, I mean, honestly, because that also is problematic as to why is Irvine getting 2 seats at the board and no other city? I mean, that just seems that doesn't seem right. I don't know that you should have to have incentives for serving in this capacity in that regard, but that's enlightening. That's all I'll say. Okay.
Yeah, if I can just add, and I'll caveat this by just saying I'm like just looking at some of these documentations, but there were board members that received, I think the highest tier was 20,000 for a year. And so I just want to express, like, we spend a lot of time that we don't necessarily get compensated for, and I'm not against compensation for the time that we spend, but really want to make sure that there's an overall intention here that we're trying to reinvest as much as possible, and I think there's a risk of maybe overcompensating as well.
Okay, Mr. Barron, did you have anything else? Because we want to open up for public comment.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll open this item up for public comment. If you wish to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raise feature, or press *9 on your telephone, and to unmute yourself, press *6 on your telephone. And just as a reminder, much like what Councilmember Marr indicated, we're here tonight because we support moving forward with community choice energy, but we also feel very strongly that we must make sure that we embark on this JPA agreement in a way that is going to benefit the citizens and the ratepayers and the businesses of Costa Mesa, and also that it is fair and equitable. And so that is why we're spending so much time really getting into the details of the agreement. The agreement is going to be key as the process moves forward, because maybe many of us won't even be here once this agreement and the implementation of this is underway, and nobody will be here to say, well, what we meant was. So the terms of the document and the language on the 4 corners, as Mr. Barron knows, is going to be controlling. So very important to us. So having said all that, want to open this item up for public comment, and looks like we have a member from the Sierra Club here to speak first.
Good evening, I'm Hoyan Ye. So I think I'm just going to speak as myself, a community member today. There's just so much details you discussed tonight and also the other night. And I think this just means that you're really serious about CCE. So I just really want to thank you. I mean, I can't imagine how much time you spent before the meeting, between the meetings, things like that. So, I mean, I'm just like everyone, and also like you, I hope this will be a goal. The details can be worked out for everybody's benefit. But most importantly, I want to say thank you for working so hard on this. And I thank you for where your heart is for CCE. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Mr. Preston.
Hello, Mayor Foley and Council. I'm a resident and I support approving the JPA agreement, authorizing for the mayor and the city clerk to assign the agreement. I'm thrilled that they would approve the first reading of the ordinance and appoint a board director. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about maybe a second board director, so I'm glad that's being chewed through. Thank you for all your efforts on doing this. I appreciate the comments about caution. I'm personally a financial manager, and it's good to get a good deal and do our due diligence. There's over 21 of these operating CCs around California and lots of good examples. So I'm glad Mr. Barron brings that to the table. I do encourage action now. Reducing our costs is a good deal now, and lowering emissions. We are way behind the curve on that, and so I appreciate what we're doing for the future that's coming upon us now of needing a lower emission future. I'm glad that Irvine and Fullerton are being wise and heroic in this, and I'm glad we are looking to join them. I support this and look forward to that, and I support to us negotiating maybe to get 2 seats, just like Irvine would have. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is phone number ending 656.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Martin Dietrich, Costa Mesa resident of 37 years and the owner of Key and Coffee with locations in Costa Mesa, as well as Newport Beach and Tustin. I want to publicly ask you all to vote in favor of joining the Community Choice Energy GPA. I support your wonderful leadership to bring cleaner and more affordable energy to our region and city. The Community Choice Energy is, of course, a tried and true model up and down the state, bringing real freedom of choice and savings to local families and businesses like mine. The resulting numbers don't lie. This is a sound, economically beneficial program in the communities where it is already in place. We at Key and Coffee in our community there would be thrilled to be using solar-derived energy as a utility for our company. I hope you will consider my request for Costa Mesa to join the Community Choice Energy and become part of the growing critical mass of communities that have already done so. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can transition Orange County to a more sustainable future with clean energy, good jobs, and a program that puts money back into the pockets of the families and businesses by savings on energy costs. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing your vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. And let's see, next speaker is Jose Castaneda.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and our friends and families watching from home. My name is Jose Trinidad Castaneda, and I've decided to focus my comments tonight on just how far we've come in Costa Mesa and Orange County. Tonight's vote is really about the history we're about to make together and the journey we've been on for the past 3 years. It's really been an extreme privilege to work with you all. And as a young person, I know my generation and the next 7 generations that follow us are going to see the brunt of climate change coming fast and furious. And we have the most to lose, but everything to gain with your leadership. Before urging you to vote in favor of at minimum approving the first reading of the CCE ordinance and joining the JPA, I want to stress that this is an investment we're making in our climate future. There's really no other way to put it. It's an investment in our kids' future and ability to live in Orange County. And without moving forward on the #1 climate solution readily available, I don't know how else the city will reduce greenhouse gas emissions and stop the climate crisis. We can't get caught up in the minor details. I appreciate your due diligence in tackling every part of the JPA agreement, but we can't lose sight of the bigger picture, and this is not a time for thinking small. We have to work together, even if we don't all agree to something. And as our president-elect says, we have to appeal to our better angels. This program provides multiple benefits to Costa Mesa residents. They deserve energy choice. They deserve clean energy than what the current monopoly utility is going to provide, and they deserve money to come back into their communities. So let's remember the value of this program is on the horizon. Costa Mesa has been the tip of the spear on this issue. You've elevated CCE as your main climate solution and strategy for economic development and new program revenue. So just to wrap up, just don't lose sight of that. This is one of your only ways to communicate to Costa Mesa families that you hear them, you're prioritizing solutions regarding their fears about dirty air and worsening climate future. So remember this North Star. There's no denying that we're in a climate emergency, and we cannot get lost in the sea of details. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those sea of details are super critical. Mr. Mangione.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name's Doug Mangione. I represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. And boy, you have seen how complicated, I'm listening to this tonight, how complicated it is to start one of these things. You know, you are putting another layer of governance in power procurement. And power procurement on the Western grid is very, very complicated. You should move cautiously and slowly. I would suggest, Irvine hired a company called MRW that did a third-party review of EES study, very comprehensive. And while it did say CCAs were viable, it did bring up some issues you should look at. We work with the SEC company. We're doing 1,500 charging stations under contract with SEC on charging station programs. We're doing many megawatts of battery storage with SEC under contract. We've worked on many utility solar projects in the desert because the IOUs have had the ability to buy long-term contracts. Most IOUs, I know everybody wants to, we're all involved in clean air and clean energy and saving the environment. The IOUs are already passing the renewable portfolio standard. Most are at 50% already, and they have the capital to do these projects. Someday you may have the capital, but I don't believe you're going to get there any faster. It sounds like a lot of this is about maybe getting a 2% cost savings for business and residents. But Madam Mayor, thank you for bringing up prevailing wage and worker protection. IBW would not be in favor of CCEs if they leave workers behind. We're already doing this work under contract, and we think if you move forward and if you start doing energy efficiency and renewable projects and capital improvements, that you apply strong workforce language to protect local workers, state of California workers in this process. It's going to be very, very important. We would only support this with language that in your documents. Also, you should language that CCE is not going to be buying renewable energy credits. So while some CCEs are saying they're reaching the renewable portfolio and they're doing it with renewable energy credits that they're buying out of state and out of country, meantime, they're providing power from coal-fired power in Utah, coal-fired power in Arizona. So put some language in there for REC, for REC protection, and just move cautiously. Don't be a junior partner to Irvine. You should have equal representation. You're bearing the brunt of this just like they are. And please consider workers when you're moving forward with this. And thank you very much for your time. And boy, you all have done your due diligence. I've heard some very, very poignant questions tonight. You should all be commended on how seriously you're taking this. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mangione. Okay, Ms. Kramer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Linda Kramer and I'm a Costa Mesa resident. And I do want to thank you. I watched City Council meeting last week. You guys are putting in long, long hours and you have tons of stuff besides COVID, and you're leading on that and your short-term rentals and housing and everything you're doing. I know this is bad timing. It sucks. We're all grieving it. We're all grieving that the PUC didn't move the date and we all have to do this 12/31 date. It's just so unfortunate. But we also know, just looking at what cities are doing, the cities that are doing something has CCA. That's why Sierra Clubs, Surf Riders, every environmental group in Orange County is behind this. And the numbers are clear on the Cal CCA site. I encourage you to reach out to the CCAs. I go to the 1-800 number. They're all listed on the Cal CCA site. I call up and I say, I want to talk to your programs person. I want to talk to your finance person. And can you give them my name and phone number? And I get a call back like the day or the next day. I sent you last Thursday a bunch of numbers ask your questions, call Monterey. How are they doing it? And their numbers on renewables are excellent. And because they can act faster, they've already ordered 8 CCAs got together and ordered long-term storage, which then allows them to be more resilient, quicker, and more efficiently. And that serves your cities. And so there's tons of that kind of information out there. I also want to say I support the 2 seats, and I hope you make it happen, because what I don't think people realize is we will be one of the best in the state, because we have, if you have the right board members, and I'm assuming, I wish it's Andrea Marr and Arliss Reynolds. No board members are good. No city has that. They don't have the knowledge of electricity and storage and how to make this a powerful, hiring the right power purchaser, hiring the right programs person. And that is a benefit to everybody. It's a benefit to this whole county. So I think Irvine, I hope they do, because you're going to be the best in the state if you do it. And I hope you do it. And so I thank you so much for what you're doing and all the questions you're asking. And I hope you don't get dragged up in the details. I think Irvine thinks a lot more like you do right now when it's being formed, and that's what matters. And you have great people. You're going to have a citizens advisory board, Kathleen Traceder, amazing. And you have a great energy manager, world-class, Salem, who has knowledge too. It's going to be one of the best in the state. I fully believe that. So I hope you move forward on it. And thank you so much. I know you're putting a lot of time into this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Okay, Mr. Gray.
Mayor Foley,
Yeah.
City Council members and staff. My name is Danny Gray. I am here to support the City of Costa Mesa in joining the City of Irvine in forming a community choice energy JPA. Many people have spent countless hours to get to this point, and I thank them all. I realize there are currently many issues in front of the City Council and staff. COVID-19 threatens lives and livelihoods and should be a top priority. But I also believe that CCE should be a top priority. The deadline for establishing the JPA is coming quickly. CCE will create a revenue stream for the city. CCE is good for the residents in terms of lower and stable energy rates, along with energy programs to benefit the community and businesses. CCE will also provide a path to clean energy. A couple of meetings ago, the staff's workload was brought up, and there was a question whether they had the bandwidth to complete the necessary work to meet this deadline. In my working career, I've held positions to manage people and projects. As a manager, you must realize that if you have a fixed number of people or fixed number of resources, you cannot consistently ask them to do more and more tasks and expect them to finish it in a timely manner. This is where managers or city council members must step in and set real priorities to accomplish meaningful tasks. COVID-19 is a priority because it threatens lives. CCE is a priority because it benefits lives. If CCE is not acted upon, the community will still have electricity controlled by the electric company. The danger is that CCE will continue to be kicked down the road, and the city, the residents, and the businesses will never realize the benefits. Time is of the essence. If there are issues between parties in establishing the JPA, I suggest parties get face-to-face on Zoom, turn record on, and negotiate. I'm going to leave you with this thought, and this thought is kind of far out there, but CCE will bring us closer to 100% renewable energy. Now, do you know how many wars have been fought for oil? I count 10. There's probably more.
More.
Now, how many wars have been fought for sunlight? Community choice is the beginning solutions to many issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Ann Cracian.
That's right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mayor Foley. My name's Ayn Cration, and I'm actually an Irvine resident. I really appreciate the council and staff's attention to detail in tonight's discussion, as has already been said, and your due diligence on the JPA and your interest in contributing financially to accelerate residents' ability to enjoy the benefits of CCE programs and everything that CCE can bring to the community. So much investment and programs that stand to benefit Costa Mesa and Irvine in so many ways. I have to point out that some of the worst case scenarios, in fact, I think all the worst case scenarios that have been brought up tonight have really never happened in any CCA program in existence, with the exception of maybe one weighted vote that was exercised once in Marin. So hopefully that provides you with some reassurance that these events are not at all likely, though again, I appreciate you planning for them, as is your duty really. Having watched all of the Irvine discussions about CCE, because I've been advocating for it there for some time, I can say that it's never been discussed as a possibility. I don't think that another city would contribute financially up front. I don't remember that in any of our council's discussions. So again, thank you for offering. And I think that someone on our council would be pleasantly surprised that a city has stepped forward interested in doing that. So hats off to you. And I just want to close by underscoring the risks that are incumbent with, the climate emergency that we're facing, these extreme heat events and fires, sea level rise in, if not in Costa Mesa, then in neighboring communities. And you do well to consider how those impacts may affect Costa Mesa. They really can't be overstated. As a mom, that's the reason I'm involved in CCE. Climate worries me a lot. And so on behalf of all the kids and all the moms in Orange County, I thank you for taking action. And it's the biggest tool that we have to mitigate local emissions and meet the challenge before us. So thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. And that will be our final speaker, unless someone raises their hand with the hand raised feature at this time or presses *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public comment. And council, does anyone want to take a stab at giving some direction? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to consider approval of the community choice energy agreement contingent on city manager and city attorney negotiating final terms, given our concerns for tonight. And that's it. Just that one thing.
Okay, because there's 4 parts. You're only going to do the one part?
Just the one part.
Okay.
I'll second that part.
Okay, so let's make sure we use the hand raise feature. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, second. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you everyone for coming today and hearing us kind of divulge into the nuances of this agreement. As you may have heard in our discussions, no one critiqued the CCE model. What we were critiquing was the current JPA structure we'll be joining with Irvine. One of the things that I look for as a council member is, what am I doing right now that'll benefit my community in the long run? While I do agree CCNEs are a good pathway in the future for renewable energies, I cannot in good consciousness support something that I do not have guarantee will be the utmost benefits to my community in Costa Mesa. We have a lot of concerns. In fact, I don't think any of us really feel reassured from Irvine so far. And I honestly don't think, unless we have these concrete concerns, that we can move forward, because at the end of the day, this will be a long-term project that will outlive anyone here on the dais. This will be in effect way longer than even myself, Member Marr, and Member Reynolds are on council. So we need to make sure it's the right decision to make, because it will definitely impact Costa Mesa for the long run.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to add anything?
No, I didn't think that the motion was much different than the recommended item. So I seconded it on that basis. But I'd be willing to, in addition to that, move items 2, 3, and 4. And with respect to number 4, I would just
making a substitute motion.
no, not really. I mean, I don't think it's a substitute motion. It's just an additional motion.
You can't make an additional motion until we vote on the motion that's pending, unless you want to ask the maker of the motion to add those items, or you want to make a substitute motion.
All right. I guess I'll ask Councilmember Chavez to add 2, 3, and 4, but with 4, I'll just allow the mayor to pick the board member and the alternate.
I don't feel comfortable doing that because I think doing all 4 kind of removes our ability to negotiate properly with Irvine. So I won't be in favor of that.
So let me ask you a question. So what's the timing then? So they negotiated, and then are you saying that it comes back on the 15th?
I will be okay with that. Or even the 1st, if that's better. It's really up to staff.
Well, we don't have time for it to come back on the 1st.
Yeah, you don't have time for it to come back. We have to see. The problem is we've got that the December 31st deadline that's looming. So I mean, I think we've kind of vetted all this stuff out, and I guess my thinking is I trust the city manager and the city attorney to go out and get those terms.
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable. I don't think it puts us in negotiation strength. So if others want to go forth with that, that's fine. I don't agree.
All right. Well, I'm not. Then I'm gonna withdraw my second and just wait for somebody else to make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Guinness, did you want to speak to the second, and then Councilmember Mar?
I very strongly want us to go forward with community choice. However, there are too many things that we don't know at this point. And while I definitely believe that our city manager will work really hard to get us the best, and our city attorney to get us the best situation possible, I think we need to send a strong message that the situation that's being presented to us now is not that great. And we want, as I said way earlier, we want our residents to have community choice, but we want them to have the best choice, not just a choice. And I don't believe this agreement is there yet. In fact, there are a lot of things that I was actually more concerned after the gentleman spoke, because why is that in there? Oh, well, it's never exercised. Well, then let's take it out if it's never exercised. If it's never happened, let's take that clause out if it's never used. And so maybe we do need to, I do believe, not just maybe, but this agreement needs a lot more work. And so that's why I'm seconding the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Mar.
Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion, and that is to approve all 4 items in the staff recommendation. Delegate authority to you to designate the JPA board member, and negotiate with Irvine on the points we've discussed, specifically regarding the 2 board seats, to absolutely eliminate the weighted vote no matter what, and to lessen the impact of the 2 members versus us only having 1 member. And I think that there's a couple of ways to do that, including year 1 only they have 2 members, or we share the financial burden, or we give all cities 2 seats, or we have further clarification about a sunset on that 2 seats that makes financial sense to us and is perhaps a combination of the previous items I mentioned.
I'll second. Okay. Would the maker of the motion also include that the laundry list of items that we addressed tonight and raised tonight, that those would be included in the negotiation points?
Yes.
Okay. And would the maker of the motion revise item number 4 to say either 1 or 2 board members and 1 alternate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I agree, and I want us to try and make this happen. I know we're all tired. We want to do this. The problem with the December 31st deadline is we have to wait another year. And by waiting another year, we, I think, are put at a disadvantage as to other cities who might move forward more quickly. I also think we should be working with those other cities to kind of get some consensus on what we all want in this agreement. And I know that I'm happy to help facilitate that. But I do believe, I don't think it's just minutia. I don't think it's just insignificant details. I do believe that having Irvine being in control of the JPA is not to our advantage, and we shouldn't agree to that. We should have equity. We should be able to all have a seat at the table and make these decisions. So I don't think that's minutia. I don't think it's short-sighted. I think it's long, it's visioning for the future to make sure that we have equity and we have ability to have a meaningful participation in the future. And I'll give an example. You know, I'm on the city selection committee as the mayor, and Arliss tuned in the other night. And, you know, there's no equity there. So it's very difficult to get our city representation. So I think equity is very important when we are moving forward on some of these big things. So I don't have anything else to say. Everyone's been long, and I really appreciate, I cannot express how much I appreciate the work of our city attorney, our city manager. I think the finance background and her understanding of JPAs is invaluable. And I want to make sure that Mr. Barron and the Irvine leadership understand that we support our city team and that we think that they are providing excellent service for us, and that they are trying to protect our interests. So I think it's very important as we move forward in this process that it's clear that we don't think that this is just minor details. These are important, significant details. And it really boils down to like 5 topics. You know, the number of board members, the equity on the board, the termination, the how do we cure some kind of a breach, and how do we what's the period of time, how do we determine the assets and liabilities? I mean, those categories that were laid out in that one slide all fall into what the remaining issues that haven't been determined are. Now, having said all that, Ms. Farrell Harrison, I think we'll leave it to your judgment to kind of make a good recommendation as to which area you think it's best for us to focus on in order to get, you know, sort of the spirit of what we want to accomplish, but also protect our interest in a way that's going to have the least burden on us moving forward.
That. Agreed. That makes sense.
Easy peasy, Madam Mayor.
Just wanted to mention one very important thing. I know that Ryan mentioned getting feedback, getting draft responses.
Yeah, we can't do that by tomorrow. That's not happening. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I meant to mention that. Yeah, we're not going to get any feedback by tomorrow, Mr. Barron. That's just impossible. What time is it? It's 9:26, and we still have like 3 items left on our agenda that are significant. So I would say probably, what are you thinking? Next Tuesday?
Yeah, we'll start working on it right away. We'll connect with Irvine staff and with the consultants, with Ryan, with Gary, and start kind of throwing language across the fence. But I think it'll be good to know, I think by next week, we would know. Is that correct? Ryan, are you still there? there's some key points that it would be good for us to at least get a signal from the Irvine City Council as to whether they're willing to consider. Some of these we've already mentioned previously, but to the extent that he has the negotiation authority. And so if your negotiating authority is delegated to us, as with the item tonight, as staff recommended, then I think we can probably work through these issues and hopefully bring something back on the 15th that's stronger, more aligned with your goals. So we're committed to doing that. But
okay. And one other thing,
I got a question.
Okay, you have a question, Councilmember Guinness?
I want to speak to my motion too.
Huh?
I want to speak to my motion too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and speak to your motion, then we'll go to Councilmember Guinness.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I mean, it's like there's a lot of details and we've talked about them all night, but this is still really exciting. And I do recognize, I mean, to Jose and a couple of other people's points, like, I mean, it is pretty cool that we got this far, right? I've been going to CCA conferences for probably 5 or 6 years now, and the idea of ever seeing it happen in Orange County, I thought was slim to none. So the fact that we're here is very cool. We're very close. The things that we're talking about are resolvable. But yeah, we're making a big deal out of wanting to have like a fair seat at the table, like not a kid seat, not a stool, like we want the same seat as Irvine gets. And so I think, you know, to Ian's point earlier, like Irvine just thought that they were going to front all the money. Or we never had that conversation, right? Like there have been some assumptions made in the development of this, and I'm not sure if that's because they were going so fast or because of COVID, we couldn't sit down and talk. But I think that's part of the challenge, is that everyone's been on kind of their own path, and there hasn't, in my mind, been enough collaboration for something that is this big and this impactful and this meaningful in the county. And so unfortunately, it's coming down to this last minute scramble over legalese. But you know, I don't want that to diminish the fact that like this is very cool. We're all very excited about it. This is an amazing opportunity to see come to fruition in Orange County. But I don't want a kid seat to do something cool. I want a full like big grown-up chair at the table so that we can make decisions for our constituents in the best possible way and implement the best possible programs and not feel like we're glomming onto something that was already happening with or without us. And so, you know, I think I've tried to be fairly clear about that with council members from other cities. And it'll be interesting to see what Fullerton weighs in on tonight, because they're also voting on this. And my sense is they're kind of in a similar boat, right? They don't want to be at the kids' table. Like they want the full seat too. And so, you know, for everybody who's an activist, for everybody who's working on this every single day, for everyone who's calling and texting me at 10 o'clock at night asking how we're going to vote on this, you know, please try to encourage that. That is what we're looking for, equity in the process. And if anything, recognize that the 2 seats is an entirely political argument and not a contractual or financial one. And that's what we need to work through.
Thank you. And thanks for reminding me what I was about to say, which was that no one ever asked us to contribute. I mean, there's this shock that we are discussing that, but we were never approached. We were never, as far as I know, we were never asked to participate in any financial way in the JPA. I remember writing a letter. It's been more than a year. In 2019, I wrote a letter to the city council on behalf of us, and nobody at that time asked us to contribute. I mean, there was really no request that I'm aware of. Maybe there was, and I don't know about it. But I agree. And I think it's fitting that during this almost Thanksgiving week, that we're trying to get off the kiddie table and onto the adult table. So that is where we want to be. And we do hope that all of you listening out there will really, this should be the priority. This should be what you are pushing them to agree to, because it is just political. It has nothing to do with the finances. There's a contractual obligation by the JPA to repay the loan. So there's no benefit to have 2 board members on the JPA that somehow you're going to get paid if you don't. That's just not real. So, Councilmember Reynolds, did you have your hand up? No? Okay. Councilmember Chavez?
I didn't, so I'll get it up.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I have a question for staff.
Okay.
So, assuming this motion goes forth and we don't like the agreement we're in, what's the timeline to exit the agreement?
March.
So, by March, if we don't like it, we can still leave?
We can leave by March without any penalty.
Right, but this is coming back, Councilmember Chavez, on December 15th.
Correct.
We have to vote on the agreement. We don't have an agreement yet.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
yes, Mr.
My
Senator.
understanding is on December 15th, all you're doing is second reading. You can, of course, look at the agreement, but the recommendation is to approve the agreement and authorize you to sign when it's negotiated by city manager and city attorney. So it's you are actually approving.
The agreement needs to come back on the 15th. We have to see the agreement, right? Councilmember Moore?
And that's, I mean, that's a question, I guess, for the city attorney, because technically won't that would be the first reading then if we're seeing it in its entirety at that point?
Now the first reading is of the ordinance.
Yeah.
And although it does.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, it does represent. But my other concern is that there's supposed to be a meeting of the JPA on the 15th.
That's right, Madam Mayor. We heard from Mr. Barron that the JPA board meeting could be that morning of the 15th.
Could it be the morning of the 16th so that we at least, or 17th or another day?
Mr. Barron, are you still on the call? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry,
Okay.
it's some mute issues.
So, you know, it's going to be difficult to have the JPA meeting on the 15th. Is that etched in stone, or can they meet after the 15th?
I think the idea was to try to get a board seated. What happens is you tend to meet twice a month in the first few months because there's a lot to do. And we anticipated at least 1 to 2 meetings and adoption of the implementation plan and a public hearing. If it could be executed before that, I think it would be helpful because we have to finalize the load data that goes into the implementation plan. And once the JPA is executed, whether or not your ordinances are done, I don't think we really care about that. It's more knowing who's in or out so you can do the plan. We would not, if folks execute on the 15th, it would be.
The 15th is not good for us because it's a city council meeting day. It's our last council meeting of the year.
Right.
So is it, nobody again consulted with us about the dates for which to have these meetings. So it would be our request that you ask Irvine to move the date of the meeting, the next day or the day after, preferably the 17th, I think, because then that it's going to be a long meeting that night on the 15th and all like that.
Sure.
Okay, we'll leave that. So does that answer your question though? Ms. Barlow, does it need to come back or not? I guess that's the question.
That's really up to the council. We're certainly going to provide you whatever version of the agreement we are able to negotiate within the parameters that you've directed. If the motion carries, but I think both the city manager and I would feel comfortable. I think we have pretty clear direction from you, but we're absolutely going to provide it to you before we sign it.
Okay, can it go on the consent calendar? Is that possible?
I don't see why not, but you're going to.
Really matter if we're having.
Yeah. You're already going to have second reading anyway, so.
I think we should have it go to the public hearing. I mean, I think we should have the agreement made public at the meeting on the 15th. I think that's best, given all this that we've gone through.
I do too, because I think we need to figure out if we're going to get what we want.
Yeah. So, okay. So Councilmember Mar, can you revise your motion to make sure that the agreement comes back on the 15th?
Revise my motion to make sure the agreement comes back on the 15th.
Okay. Second. Okay. All right. Councilmember.
3 more items, huh?
Ennis, I think you were out.
Actually, that had been my issue about having the agreement come back to us on the 15th. But in fact, I was going to offer a substitute motion of everything that Councilmember Mar said, plus the agreement comes back. So I'm happy now, or at least content, because I've been talking about community choice. I think Jim Brigheimer was mayor when I first started talking about community choice, and we needed to get involved, and everybody went, oh, we don't talk about that in Orange County. And so
everybody didn't say that.
Well, no, a lot of people said, and so maybe everybody on the council then at the time. And so I really want to be able to vote to have this move forward. But I had so many qualms about protecting the city's interests. So I could go for this. Thank you.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. Councilmember Reynolds.
Well, first of all, Councilmember Guinness, since I'm following you, I'm glad you get to vote on this because I know we're headed towards one of your last meetings. I do recall you bringing this up, I think, when I was on Parks Commission. So I'm happy for that. And yeah, I agree with bringing the agreement back, especially if one of the possible components of that agreement is us investing upfront financially. I do think that council should certainly revisit that as well if that becomes one of the outcomes of negotiations. Yeah, I echo the other remarks about kind of maybe a combination of caution, excitement, and disbelief that this is moving forward in Orange County. It's very exciting, but I really do appreciate the diligence of staff who've been focused on this and had to do so and continue to have to do so in such a short time frame. It was mentioned here that some of us work in sustainability and clean energy, so absolutely are on board with the goals we heard from public comment about advancing sustainability in Orange County, across our state, the importance of that. This CCE or CCA is just a vehicle to do that. To actually create positive actions requires us being in a driving seat, and so really appreciate the continued work of staff to kind of get us there to really try to influence the actions to be as effective as possible. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think at the last meeting, someone said that it was transformative, and I do feel like what we're voting on here tonight, if we can get the details worked out, will be transformative for Costa Mesa and Orange County. So it's very exciting. Okay, call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
Reluctant, yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, we're going to take a break. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, call the police.
Okay, Gracie.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. We're back. And tonight is Partner with Our Neighboring Communities Night. That's what I'm going to dub this, Collaboration Night. Okay. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title for new business, what's titled item number 3, but we're taking it in advance and doing it as number 1.
Thank you. Authorize the city manager to execute the memorandum of understanding with the city of Newport Beach for a partnership at the permanent bridge shelter at 3175 Airway Avenue. Presentation by Ms. Price, Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Thanks for hanging in there.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, here we are into new business, and for the next 3 items, some also very important considerations for the council tonight. And you're right, Mayor, this is another regional partnership to benefit the city of Costa Mesa. Super pleased to bring this forward tonight. Next slide, Brenda. Many of these slides have been provided in the past during Facebook Live events. We've also had study sessions on homelessness. So I'm going to kind of hit the high points on some of the work that our city has been doing to address homelessness. And, you know, these items here, the 4 before us, really reflect the work that we've been trying to hit on in the Network for Homeless Solutions. So primarily, we've been grappling with what is a increase in visible street homelessness in our city during COVID. And we've taken a lot of active steps with the council adopting the CDBG COVID dollars to enhance our street outreach efforts, looking at regional and county relationships to improve our outcomes by working with the county on the motel isolation program during COVID. The public health department's been very supportive of our efforts. We still, knock on wood, have no COVID positive in our homeless population. We're very pleased with that. And then also we have a pending award with the county related to the capital improvement project for the Airway site, which we're talking about tonight. And then finally, you know, in everything we do, we try to engage our community, and that's been difficult during COVID, I might add, but we do have some community meetings ongoing monthly with our shelter advisory group, as well as other Network for Homeless Solutions meetings where we're talking about our efforts, particularly with Airway. Next slide. Just a really quick update. We have two sources of outcomes that we track in the Network for Homeless Solutions. And primarily our street outreach success has to do with people that maybe not even entering the shelter at all, but diverting, what I would call diverting from the shelter, going into a more favorable outcome for themselves. Basically, our role is to get people off the streets and into a more stable environment. Happy to report 62 prior to COVID and 26 since and during COVID. So a total of 88 so far just from our street outreach team. Next slide. Additionally, the shelter has been able to house 70 people. So combined between the street outreach and the shelter, we're still at 158. That was the number we were at last week. We haven't housed anybody since we last met, but I'm certain we're on the cusp of greatness. So next slide, please. And I bring this slide up, the 2019 point in time count, for a couple of reasons, because since the 2019 homeless count, there's been a lot of progress in the county to increase the shelter beds, and multiple cities have been engaging, trying to be part of the solution. And so we look at Huntington Beach, that's opening a 174 bed shelter. Santa Ana opened a 200 bed shelter just before this count. Tustin, 57 bed. And then the county obviously has a 400 bed shelter. We have a homeless count coming up again in the last 10 days of January 2021. That'll reset all of these numbers. But when you look at this chart in the 2019 count, there were 2 cities that had no sheltered people, and that was Newport Beach and Seal Beach. Seal Beach, I know from experiences being served by the city of Long Beach. for a number of reasons. That partnership has worked for them. But what we have tonight is a consideration of a partnership between the city of Costa Mesa and the city of Newport Beach. Next slide. And I basically just said all of this, so I won't rehash it, but it's important to note that while all of these shelter beds have materialized across the county of Orange, within the central service planning area, I strongly believe that this shelter is likely to be the last emergency shelter within the cities in the central spa. And part of that has to do with the fact that the county is going to be opening up the Yale Transitional Center in the early part of 2021. And should this memorandum of understanding be passed by both Costa Mesa and Newport Beach, the other cities will be able to utilize that regional shelter. Other important notes is the coordination of regional street outreach. Given the number of shelters coming online, the regional street outreach becomes critical to make sure that people go to the resource that's closest to where they are. And that if you're in Costa Mesa or Newport, you would go to our program. The other cities, you'd go to those other programs and be able to really effectively have a strong regional system. I talked about the integration already, but the other important thing being a host city of a shelter is to make sure that you have exits. And we'll talk in a minute about the MOU, but there are strong, there's language within the MOU that demonstrates not just a financial commitment, but also a programmatic commitment to the outcomes that Costa Mesa has been able to achieve to date. Next slide, please. Here is a quick example, and we've used this slide before, but it is updated to the end of October, and it shows 204 people that have been served by the shelter in the central service planning area. So from my vantage point, the street outreach teams have been very successful in maintaining a regional approach that's limited to the central service planning area. Of the 204, 152 of those originated in Costa Mesa directly. And the next slide demonstrates the breakdown of that 204. And we had talked about this. This data has been requested in the past, so I'm bringing it to you tonight to show you where these folks came from coming into the program. And when you look at, say, Huntington Beach and Santa Ana and Tustin, as I just mentioned, they opened their own shelters. With our regionally coordinated street outreach, we'll be able to decompress that even further. It's just not a complete science. It's not black and white. We have a lot of people that work in Costa Mesa that need to be sheltered here. You know, we are a big hub for employment. So, you know, we do see that happening. But the numbers are looking very solidly focused on Costa Mesa. And also we had 10 from Newport. Next slide. So the partnership with Newport Beach, you know, as I mentioned before, it has both fiscal and programmatic components. But, you know, when you've got two cities that are regionally next door as neighbors, it gives us a larger geographic area that we can make sure that people that need help and want help can be referred to the shelter, and others can be held accountable in public spaces through what I know in the court case was the enforcement of anti-camping ordinances. Certainly that's been challenging during COVID with the volume of need and things going on with the reduction in our census at the shelter. We look forward to having a 72-bed shelter that we will be able to hopefully get back to our regular business in the early part of 2021. The cost sharing obviously is a significant reduction and even a net neutral to the general fund expenditures. In the city of Costa Mesa has allocated over $11 million to the purchase of the building, as well as the capital improvements to get to this point that we're at today with the permanent bridge shelter on Airway. Secondly, I'll mention too, within Newport and Costa Mesa, we share a lot of service providers. We don't have a hospital in Costa Mesa, but Hoag Hospital is the primary place of healthcare, as well as the SOS Medical Clinic. Hoag has a resource center across the street from the hospital using their community investment dollars, and one of their key partners is Spin. So you can tell it's, you know, Costa Mesa's got a deep and rich history of homeless services, but these partners are really shared and working across borders and have been for many years. And then I mentioned the grant application, which technically is still pending, but looking favorable for us. And I think that in the future, we should be able to go after more operational dollars once the capital project is completed. Next slide. And I kind of covered some of this, but ultimately Newport Beach brings a lot to the table. You know, they have a lot of infrastructure in place already as well. You know, they have a homeless liaison officer in their police department. They have a homeless liaison who, well, I'll just mention, happens to be a librarian. And you'd be surprised, maybe, it doesn't surprise me much, because in the library, they do have kind of a drop-in center around the computer station and terminals there in the library. CityNet, a very key partner. You'll hear more about them in the future as Newport contracts with them to be the provider that would actually do the outreach in the city of Newport and transport people to the shelter once they're approved by the city of Costa Mesa. And then I mentioned some of the other partners. The last thing I want to mention is the regional coordinated entry system for housing is done by regional service planning area. And so when Newport Beach opened the Cove for veterans, we were actually able to place 2 of our veterans from the shelter into that program. It was only a 12-bed, a 12-unit apartment building. So there's already a nexus there. Next slide. All right, on to the deal points of the MOU, and this is not all exhaustive. You have the MOU in your packets, and it's online for the public, but just wanted to cover some of the financial points and the timeline issues. So ultimately, the agreement allows for the city of Newport Beach to provide a one-time $1.4 million payment for capital costs within the first 30 days effective of the MOU. Secondly, the city of Newport Beach will pay $200,000 in furniture, fixtures, and equipment as a one-time cost that was calculated at $10,000 per bed for 20 beds set aside for Newport. And then $1 million annually in operational costs to be paid quarterly. And then there's a consumer price index of escalation of 2% to 4% annually. As costs go up in the operations of the shelter itself. I mentioned earlier, Newport Beach will provide their own street outreach and their own transportation to and from the shelter. That's super important because we're not going to have our operator, Mercy House, have to transport in and out of Newport Beach as well as Costa Mesa. So Mercy House will continue their work in Costa Mesa, and Newport Beach will transport in and out through their own outreach team, which is CityNet. And then the timeline issue is that we have to be operating those beds, those 20 beds available to the city of Newport by December 31st, 2021. Next slide. Of course, the city of Costa Mesa maintains all assets related to the building infrastructure. We own the building. You know, we are renting a portion of it out currently. The capital improvements are, you know, they belong to us going forward. We are the lead agency with Mercy House, who is the operator of this contract. And the Mercy House contract will need to be revised and come forward to the city council in the first part of 2021 as we transition our shelter from the Lighthouse Church to its permanent location on Airway, which we are all super excited about. And so we'll provide a copy of the management operations plan to the city of Newport. That's an existing document, but it'll probably need to be revised as we, you know, operate into kind of a new realm of a 72-bed shelter. So with regards to future funding, we would write grants together for the most part with regard to operations or enhancements to the shelter. We also, just as a side note, work with all of our providers and pass funding opportunities to them and have them write grants so that they can bring in additional resources that enhance our outcomes. So things are looking bright over there on Airway can't wait to get in there. Both cities will be working together with the Shelter Advisory Committee, which is operated by Mercy House, to work with them on, just monitoring our progress, making sure that we have continued improved outcomes of our shelter residents regarding healthcare, employment, and housing. And then finally, the executed MOU, should the council decide to adopt that tonight, it provides for a 5-year term with 2 optional extensions for 5 years each. So total of 15 years. And as far as timeline from here goes, I just want to make a couple of comments that are not on the slides. That the construction is going according to plan, which has not been my experience in my career. This is a construction project that is on track. And want to thank the Public Services Department, Seth Rahman, who's the rock star tonight, for making sure that this program gets delivered to us on January 21st. I see no snags in that. We've done a tour of the site recently, and we'll be bringing Mercy House to the site the first week of December to give them a good look at it for operational components. So from here, then the MOU would go to the city of Newport Beach for their consideration on the 24th of November. And meanwhile, we'll be working with Mercy House to update their contract to reflect this new arrangement, should it be adopted by both cities. Next slide. I can't help myself. I got to put this slide up there just for everyone in our community to know that we just put this out last week. We've been getting calls from our community. We've been answering those calls in real time. And we thank people for calling us directly. Calling our service component, calling our providers is probably the most effective way for us to be able to assist. Versus calling the police department, which you should do when you have an emergency, but otherwise call our social services, call our Network for Homeless Solutions. We are here to help the people that are experiencing homelessness in our city. And we also are working with our code enforcement team, and some of the calls have been from constituents notifying us of locations, and we're able to update them on the work that we're doing with those business owners to address and mitigate any issues that they have with their private property businesses. So far, this has been a good week, and we are getting calls, we're accepting them, and we're triaging them effectively. So that concludes my report. And of course, I'm here to answer any and all questions related to homelessness.
All right. Excellent, excellent report. If I can get this working here. Okay. Very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Price. Excellent report. Very succinct. Thank you for that. And thank you for changing up those phone numbers to be more direct. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Councilmember Reynolds. You're on mute.
Switched it up on me. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Price. I have 2, but I hope are quick questions. One was on the our operations agreement with Mercy House. I think I read that we sort of maintain the authority on that agreement. And there's some in the MOU, some normal escalation in our 5+ year agreement with Newport Beach. If there's a substantive change in our operating model with or operating price with Mercy House, how does that work in terms of Newport Beach's contribution?
I would anticipate that, right now the shelter contract between the city of Costa Mesa and Mercy House is 1.457 annually for 2 years. That's a 50-bed shelter at the Lighthouse Church. So we have to evaluate what it's going to be at 72 beds with some different components, based on the components of the MOU. And there's a couple of things in there, that would be required of the operator, things like insurance. They have to have the, the cyber insurance.
Cybersecurity, insurance, and child, molestation, sexual assault.
And those, those were requested by Newport Beach, but I had also checked with the county and they require them in their contracts, which Mercy House has a contract with the county. So, what we're doing right now is kind of reconciling the differences between what their current contract states. And, if we get this grant from the county, there's a couple of caveats in that contract. And then there's a couple of caveats in this MOU. And we have to marry them. We have to marry them all together. But as far as the cost goes, I will be managing that negotiation from a 50 bed to a 72 bed cost, and it won't mirror the MOU specifically. That's kind of a separate deal. The operational agreement with Mercy House, it'll remain to be seen, but probably in the next 45 days, I'll have a really solid answer for you on that. But the $1 million operational contribution from Newport represents $50,000 per bed for 20 beds annually, with that CPI annually. I think that's more than sufficient to cover the cost of what it would be to operate those 20 beds within the 72 bed contract. So I see there being a reduction in our operations overall.
Okay. Yeah, I hope so as we get bigger. I just wasn't sure if there was going to be any, major operational changes as we do the move, or from what we've learned, right? Operating the shelter for more than a year. Yeah. My other question was in section 5.4. This is just a clarifying question. I can't recall this from when we initially set up our operating plan. So at the bottom of section 5.4, for shelter resident outcomes, we say the parties agree that such system or shelter shall include provisions to exclude all emancipated minors from utilizing any of the services or being housed at the shelter. And I just want to be clear on what our process is for a non-emancipated minor who does find themselves without a place to stay at night.
Well, I'm happy to report that one of the other applicants that's up for the county award is Covenant House. And if you're not familiar with them, they come out of Los Angeles. They're a group that when I was in the county, I was trying to bring them to Orange County, and they finally have found a foothold in Orange County. But Covenant House serves that population. And right now in Orange County, there really isn't a provider that serves the transitional age youth. So whether you're emancipated or not emancipated, if you're under 18, being in an adult shelter is probably not the best environment for you anyway. Even, a lot of times it's the only option. But in the case of having Covenant House build a program in Orange County, that would be the perfect place for anyone who's under 18 to go, whether they're emancipated or not.
Mm-hmm. Do we, one of our goals in setting up the original shelter operating model was to make it as accessible as possible and really not turn away anyone unless we thought they were dangerous, right, to other shelter residents. I don't know. I'm just wondering, I know we have some sort of flex space in the shelter. And if it was guaranteed that if we found ourselves in a situation where there was a member of the youth who was in need of a place to stay, are we, with this language, can we absolutely not help them for a night while they get transitioned? Or, are you comfortable that there's sufficient capacity for a homeless youth? Or otherwise, would you recommend that we do make an adjustment to have a little bit of flexibility for an overnight stay in the situation, if we found ourselves in that situation?
If I could, I'll let Susan weigh in on the availability issue. But this was an important point for Newport Beach, and we do try to keep the single adult population away from minors. And so there, I'm sure, would be an alternative, whether it would be a hotel voucher or partnering with Covenant House or some other organization that was suitable to work with the youth. They don't mix well in this environment.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that 100%. And I have a lot of experience running youth programs, and it's just really not a good situation, whether emancipated or not. And we would use a motel voucher. So you're hired, Miss Barlow. We would do that, or we would go through Covenant House. We would not leave anybody on the streets. But with regards to populations that we would just take anybody in, at this day and age in 2020, we do have to be careful, and we do have to screen people before we bring them to the shelter. And I don't believe that everybody who's out there is appropriate for the shelter. I may not have said that 8 years ago, but I would say it now, just given the changing demographics of the population, that, you know, we've got significant mental health conditions, we've got a criminal element. We have to really look at the balance of the full 72. You know, when you get full, you got to make sure you've got a good climate and mix of people in there so that you can keep control of the environment. So yeah, we definitely appreciate our work with the county on the mental health and the addictions treatment aspect of things. But the criminal justice piece has been a challenge for everybody who works in the homeless field in the last 5 years.
Okay, so our policy, if there was a minor who was homeless, we would at the very least get them a motel voucher until we could find them a more stable place.
Only if they were emancipated, yes. We would not put a minor in a motel room unless they were emancipated. We'd have to validate that. But we have a lot of partners we can work with to address them, but they would not come to the shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please raise your hand in the hand raise feature on your computer or electronic device, or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no hands raised. Oh, Mr. Taboda.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I want to congratulate staff and in particular Assistant City Manager Susan Price for this efforts of partnering with Newport Beach. I know I appreciate the fact that the city stuck with trying to get an agreement with Newport Beach. I know they were, over the past number of months or maybe even years, they were off and on, touch and go, whether they wanted to partner with Costa Mesa. So again, kudos to staff for sticking with it and reaching agreement with Newport. The staff report describes this as a solid partnership that contains both programmatic and financial components that will provide substantial benefit to both cities. Basically, staff and council members have both commented that this will benefit both Costa Mesa and Newport Beach. So given that partnerships between cities can be beneficial, I urge city management and council to be open to other opportunities where Costa Mesa can partner with other neighboring city, another neighboring city or cities. There may be other opportunities, and this has been mentioned by some residents in the past, where potentially Costa Mesa can partner with other cities for sharing of assets and or service resources. So I keep an open mind, if you would, to other opportunities, especially in this environment where I know that the city has staffing issues and obviously budget issues, especially if the county is going back into a purple rating. There's going to be increased pressure on the budget. So I just want to keep an open mind, staff to keep an open mind, and council to keep an open mind to other potential partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and seeing no other hands raised in the attendees panel, I will close the public comment. And Council Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Yeah, I'd like to move the two recommended items, please.
Second. Okay, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, for sure. So this is really a great accomplishment, I think, for the city to have this regional partnership. And I just like to kind of real quickly go through this chronology because it's quite amazing. I mean, when Sandy and I were in people's backyards during the 2016 election, talking about what should we do about homelessness, and we were in a pretty bad situation at that time. One of the things that I said is we need to have a regional solution. And it would have never occurred to me that 4 years later, we would have made such a giant leap toward that objective. And what I didn't know then, I really didn't have an appreciation of in 2016 when I was running, is how many people have already had dedicated their time to this issue. The work that's had been done by our staff and the Network for Homeless Solutions. And it came up on my Facebook memories that this is the week that we normally have our lunch, where we recognize the Network for Homeless Solutions volunteers. And it's a shame it's another COVID casualty. And then we move forward now into then 2017, and Mayor Foley and I went to San Antonio to look at Haven for Hope, just trying to scratch out some solutions. It's like, what can we do to try to address these issues? And then 2017 moves forward. We get into 2018. I get appointed as the chairman of the Homelessness Task Force for ACCOC. We go back to San Antonio, to Haven for Hope, with a big group, a big delegation. And now the discussion is a regional solution. Then what's the next kind of point in the chronology, I would say, is we get sued over the Anaheim River Trail, Santa Ana River Trail case, which at the time we were like, how dare anybody sue us? Because look at all these great things that we're doing. But it turned out to be really a blessing in disguise. While that case is pending, we have the Martin versus Boise case that comes down. We're deeply into these negotiations with Judge Carter. We come to an arrangement with Brooke Weitzman and her group. And then we start digging in with this group of 7. And even before Susan Price and Lorianne got on board, we got to recognize the work of Justin Martin and Tammy Letourneau in this, and many other people and staff that got us to the point that we needed to be. And then, of course, we vote with the green paddles to buy the place. We start to negotiate and work with Newport. Lots of negotiations going back and forth, and then Lorianne gets hired. She brings on Susan, and now we're in the place that we are right now. But it's been a long chronology. It's been a long slog by a lot of people before I got elected, after, in this 4 years, and here we are with. So I'll say goodbye to you guys for a bit on December 1st. But it's great to be able to vote on this at this time.
Cheers to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you so much for that chronology. We've sat through many, many meetings and sat in many courtrooms and visited many doors in this process, in the rain.
Don't forget the Villages at Cabrillo tour.
That's right. We had the tour with our assemblywoman. That's right.
Awesome.
And I remember in 2018 when then Mayor Dixon and I had lunch, and we talked about how can we work together to put something together that will serve the interests of both cities. And then time passed, and then in 2019, might have been 2020, I don't even know anymore. Mayor O'Neill and the new city manager came over to City Hall, and Mayor Pro Tem Stevens and I met with Ms. Price and Ms. Farrell Harrison, and we started hammering out what I think now is this deal that we have here now. So a lot of good work by a lot of people. Let's not forget Adam.
Yes.
Adam, who helped us, and of course,
Still helping us.
Yep. Of course,
Yep.
Ms. Barlow, who is always there to give her legal eye to all the documents so that we get a good deal. So
And Pastor Phil, don't forget Pastor Phil.
Pastor Phil, for sure. So I do think that this is a really one of our positive endings to our year. Of course, I'm going to be very sad for John to leave us. I think that people don't realize how hard this man works for our city and helps us to find solutions that maybe weren't like within sight. So it's going to be very, very hard on me. It's probably harder on me than him, because I rely on our partnership quite a bit. So thank you for being there. Thank you for serving, and thank you for stepping up when it was necessary to help us move projects like this forward. Anyone else want to speak to this item? Seeing no one, let's call the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, great job, everyone. Okay, now on to another item, which is related to helping people stay in housing. Item number 1.
Thank you. This is the sub-recipient agreement to implement a pilot tenant-based rental assistance program. Presentation by Mr. Linares, CDBG Home Coordinator.
Mr. Linares, we haven't seen you in a while. Where are you? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Right.
Great to see you. I didn't recognize you anymore.
Oh, well, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have a short presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions regarding the item.
Okay.
So the item before you is an agreement between the city and to implement a pilot tenant-based rental assistance program. Quick background, City of Costa Mesa is recipient of the Federal Home Investment Partnerships Grant, the HOME program. Home funds are allocated to the city by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Home funds must be used to preserve or expand the supply of housing for low and moderate income residents. And the allocation from year to year is based on the federal budget. For the current year, the city received $505,820 in home funds.
Mike, if I may, are you sharing your screen? We can't see the presentation.
I'm sorry. Let me close this in here. I apologize. Is it sharing it now?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Now I see it. Thank you.
So the tenant-based rental assistance program, do you need me to go back, Mayor or Council, previous screens?
No, we're good.
Okay. Just very quickly then, just as a little more background, the tenant-based rental assistance program, TBRA, is an eligible activity in your home. And back in May, when the City Council approved the 2020-21 action plan, Council approved $150,000 in home funds to implement the TBRA pilot program. At the beginning of October, the city did issue a solicited proposals to implement and administer a turnkey TBRA program. We had 2 responses to that RFP, Families Forward and Mercy House. 3-person panel reviewed the proposals. Proposals were rated based on method and approach, experience of key program personnel, firm qualifications, and cost. Based on those criteria, Families Forward was the top rated proposal. So this evening, staff is asking the City Council approve a subrecipient agreement that was prepared for the program. Just real quickly, again, TVRA, the main objective of the program is to prevent housing insecurity by providing rental assistance and supportive services for very low income households. Those are households with incomes of 50% of the county median income or less. In general, a tenant will pay approximately 30% of their monthly rent, and then the city with the home funds will pay the difference. A TVR can be used again for rent, portion of utilities, and in some cases for security deposits on behalf of the tenants as well. There's some technical program requirements. This is why we're asking for an organization like Families Forward to assist with the program. We'll need to establish some payment standards for all TVR units. The units will have to comply with housing quality standards that HUD has established, also lead-based paint requirements. There will be occupancy standards. The maximum amount of time that a tenant can receive assistance is 2 years, and that's federal regulation. And the program is designed to target current Costa Mesa residents or individuals that are homeless or have housing insecurities, but they have strong ties to the community. So again, in closing, staff is recommending that City Council approve the subrecipient agreement with Families Forward for $150,000 for 1 year with an option to renew for a second year. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Linares. I don't see any hands raised in the panel, so I'm going to open this item up for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please raise your hand with the hand raised feature or press *9 on your telephone. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close public comment. Council, please raise your hand in the hand raise. Councilmember Chavez. You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to approve the agreement with Families Forward for the amount of $150,000 for 1 year and an optional 1 year extension. Authorize city manager and city clerk to sign and execute the agreement, and authorize any future agreement as well.
Councilmember Mar.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just want to thank staff and thank all those that put this forward. You know, one of the things that we really need to do in pandemics and crises is really focus on the community themselves. And, you know, one of the best things we can do for people who are struggling right now is to guarantee they aren't going to the streets and becoming homeless. So I'm really happy that this program is going to be passed, and thank you everyone involved.
Thank you. Councilmember Mar.
Nope, I think that captured it.
Okay. I don't see any other hands raised. Call for the question by voice vote.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness?
Yep.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Yes.
Mayor Foley?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, we're going to move on to, thank you. Thanks for your hard work. Nice to see you. Moving on to our new business item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the extension of urgency ordinances 2020-15 and 2020-16, suspending certain permit requirements and development standards for outdoor activities due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Urgency ordinance number 2020-15, entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa temporarily suspending the permit requirements and development standards for outdoor activities and parking contained in the zoning code applicable to dining patios, places of religious assembly, and waiver of valet parking, and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Urgency ordinance number 2020-16, entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa temporarily suspending the permit requirements and development standards for outdoor activities and parking contained in the zoning code applicable to retail sales and service businesses, and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Ms. Bowens-Colleen, Zoning Administrator. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. It seemed like a good idea to do both of them at one time, though it did end up being a little bit of a mouthful there, didn't it? So as you probably remember, in early June, City Council approved first urgency ordinance that temporarily suspended permit requirements and development standards to allow outdoor activities and parking requirements for dining patios and for religious assembly, subject to certain parameters and as needed a temporary use permit. Then on July 21st, City Council approved another urgency ordinance that also suspended permit requirements and development standards for outdoor activities and parking requirements applicable to retail sales and service businesses such as gyms. Once again, subject to adopted parameters and as needed a temporary use permit. Both urgency ordinances were adopted for a 6-month period of time, but within the ordinances was also stated that City Council could extend these ordinances as desired. So the urgency ordinance 2020-15 will expire December 2nd, and 2016 will expire January 21st, 2021. Of course, as we know, and especially with the news that we've received today and yesterday, due to COVID-19 pandemic, we still have many limitations on what kind of activities can occur inside and outside. And so although restrictions have been relaxed as when the situation improves, as you can see, now it's gone back again. So it's obvious that the relaxation of the standards for these outdoor activities continues to be necessary. So as of the reporting of the staff report, I wanted to let you know that 33 temporary use permits have been issued for outdoor restaurant dining and parking lots, and 18 have been issued for other uses, primarily fitness uses, gyms, to operate in their parking lots. Restaurants, churches, and other businesses that are permitted to conduct outdoor activities in areas other than their parking lots, they didn't require TUP, sorry, so we haven't quantified those. However, they've also benefited from these urgency ordinances. So based on that, staff does recommend that the City Council extend both urgency ordinances 2020-15, which address the dining patios and churches. We recommend to extend to June 2nd, 2021, and also urgency ordinance 2020-16 for the other outdoor activities to be extended to July 21st, 2021. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, it looks like Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to revisit our discussion at the beginning of this meeting, 5 hours ago or so, on parklets. My understanding is that this, the urgency ordinance and what's in front of us actually does create room for parklets. Item C, outdoor dining within certain public rights of way. And I recall from the discussions when we first did this, I can't remember how many months ago that was, that parklets would be enabled under this ordinance. We just needed to follow the appropriate, you know, sort of safety checks, because there could be some, you know, related to being in the right of way. Is that correct, or are there other things we would need to do to facilitate parklets?
Yeah, Ms. Lee or Ms. Balance-Colleen, can you answer that? Because I agree with Councilmember Reynolds. That was my understanding as well.
I can answer that, Councilmember Reynolds. I think a few points here on these adopted regulations. First, they were intended to allow businesses to recoup seating that they were losing inside, outside due to COVID regulations. And the second thing was that they were temporary. And it certainly does provide space. And we have seen many restaurants and also retail uses put seating outside of public right-of-way using the sidewalk. We have not used roadway right-of-way to my knowledge to this point. So it was focused more on the use of the sidewalk areas. But there's certainly room in the ordinance to do some of those things. I think earlier in the meeting, it's wise of us to take another look and make sure that we can come back to the council and advise if there's anything else that specifically needs to be done. Also, these temporary uses, they're They're waiving parking requirements temporarily. They're also intended to recoup existing occupancy outside and not necessarily to allow for an expansion. But all of those things are things that we'll discuss internally and come back to council with a specific recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, and we had this discussion before because there are businesses that didn't necessarily have any place to move outdoors except possibly into some street parking spaces in front of their facility. So that I understand that original intention. So from your description, my understanding is parklets are a possibility, but that you'd also want to follow up on possibly some changes to facilitate enabling parklets. Someone can submit an application. There's nothing in the way of someone submitting an application for a parklet that would be in a parking space sort of adjacent to their restaurant. Is that correct?
That's correct. It specifically addresses public right-of-way here. I think we just need to discuss some of the details of, I think at the time this was written, the intention was sidewalk. So if we need to talk about using street right-of-way, we probably just need to button up a few of the details there and expand on any areas that we didn't foresee at the time that this was approved by council.
Well,
okay.
I'm sorry.
We did have that discussion.
Yeah, we did have that discussion. Specifically, we discussed in like the three specific areas, in fact. So that I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we already discussed this and we're now creating a new process for the parklets. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I again, the parklets issue is not on the agenda tonight. I haven't gone back.
I think Councilmember Reynolds, I'm sorry, but what I think Councilmember Reynolds is saying, and I agree with her, is that this TUP process included the parklets.
I will look at it, but I think Ms. Lee is correct that we were really envisioning the public areas that would be used for this were sidewalks. Parking areas, parking lots.
That's incorrect. I'm sorry, I'm going to push back. That's incorrect. We were all at the meeting. That is incorrect. The vision included public rights of way, even if it wasn't on the sidewalk or in a parking lot. And we specifically called out at least 3 locations in the city. So that's the issue. I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah. No, that's right. I used the outpost on the west side as an example of that, as a facility that had, they do have a wider sidewalk and they've been using that. But we had absolutely talked about maybe not like a full built out parklet like what we've seen in some of the design concepts, but the ability to capture or to sort of reuse a parking space or two in the parallel parking along the street. And the discussion was about, the necessary safety checks to make sure that if those parking spaces were converted into seating areas, how do we make sure that that's safe given vehicle traffic going by? So I was actually just looking for a confirmation that this is the process for someone to submit an application for moving into parking space adjacent to their facility. I don't see anything standing in the way and was looking for that confirmation. If there is anything standing in the way, I'd like to understand that because I think the intention of council was to enable that possibility.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think that the public right-of-way was specifically mentioned here. So this does put the foundation in place for that type of program. There are differences, I think, depending on what the expectations are of council, which I think is why we'd like to come back and advise of anything that we'd want council to know as we move forward, because this was envisioned as a temporary program. It was envisioned as something where you would only recoup the amount of seating outside as you had inside. It didn't talk about expansions necessarily. So if that's a desire of the council, if something longer term is a desire of the council, those are all things that we want to advise the council if there's anything else. But I agree that it's clearly includes public right-of-way, and there was a discussion of a variety of options of what that might mean at the time. So I don't disagree with you on any particular point. I just want to make sure that we're advising the council for things that maybe go beyond what we originally discussed.
Yeah, and I think that when we were talking earlier about the private funding, that was really a different issue. That's why we're bringing it back to you for your meeting on the 15th.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, are you? I feel like I'm at a different meeting than what we were at before, but anyway, Councilmember Reynolds.
No, well, I guess a follow-up then. So there's the idea of sort of moving temporarily using parallel parking space for seating area, again, especially for a restaurant or business that didn't have any other available private or public sort of sidewalk space. Then the discussion of Eat Chow and the design there was like a much more robust parklet design. So my next question, I think we've established that this process in front of us now allows for that sort of temporary but safe build in vehicle right of way. Does it allow for the Studio 111 style parklet design?
I would say that it doesn't allow for construction in the public right of way. It certainly does allow for temporary seating and other items. So depending upon any particular request, what it would entail, then we might need to do more. But we would be working with the Public Services Department to make sure that appropriate traffic measures and so on were taken.
We don't have time. That's the issue. People don't have time. We're in the middle of the pandemic right now. They've been shut down inside. They need to go outside. So anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, last question, just to try to close this out. Is there anything that we would need to do tonight to sort of, I guess, grease the wheels on the process of encouraging restaurants to really take advantage of any opportunity to be able to serve customers outdoors safely?
Is there anything else we need to do to add to this permit process? That's what she's asking.
Madam Mayor, do you mean for the parklets themselves or any of the applications that could be applied?
Specifically for yeah, well, specifically for use of sort of parallel parking space.
So actual street, public street.
Yeah, so we've reviewed these urgency ordinances, and the item before you is essentially to extend what was existing and in place, and we think it's appropriate and covers the things that we intended it to cover. So no, I would not recommend any changes at this point. And as we regroup internally and prepare for our December 15th item, if that changes, certainly we would present it at that point, but no, I don't believe so.
Mayor, are you done, Councilmember Reynolds? Okay, Mayor,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so thanks. I'm sorry, are you done, Arliss?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I agree with Mayor Foley. I mean, we had the three different items. The most kind of the one that required the most discretion and the most thought and the most analysis or whatever was going into the public right of way. It was definitely never just the sidewalk. We discussed it specifically with Randolph, specifically with 18th Street and 19th Street. We went so far as to get all these renderings for 19th Street around Donkey D's and Tropic Wines and the West End. And then that was the contemplation was that was going to be paid for in part by our CARES funds. Then that went away. Now we have a private business that wants to move forward with that. There would be no reason why we would take a different position if they're willing to put up their own capital. Now, the rub is, I think, and I do get Ms. Lee's point, is the rub is what is temporary and what is permanent. What is temporary and what is permanent? Now, I don't know, and I don't know what's going to go forward the council or the planning commission or whatever, or staff later, but some of these things that look kind of semi-permanent are really temporary. And I remember when I took a trip in the fall of 2017 to Montreal, and Montreal has parklets all throughout Montreal, and then they pull them up every year. And every year, because it gets too cold to be outside, and then everybody kind of goes subterranean, and then in the springtime they bring back their parklets. And so I don't know what materials either Eat Chow or whoever is going to propose, but it was definitely not the issue of the right of way. That was absolutely, it's included in this ordinance. It was contemplated certainly by me, and I think the rest of the council, to be able to appropriately invade the right of way with the approval of staff. And so, you know, I don't want to pull back from that. I mean, I think that that's a good development, and I do believe that we keep talking and we take a little bit more chronological chunks out of this. We say, okay, we're going to do however many, we're going to extend it, whatever. This is going to be extended through 2021. I mean, let's stop kidding ourselves. So even if Eat Chow, for example, I'm just using that as an example, made a capital investment to do a Montreal type parklet that could theoretically be removed, it's not going to be removed. We will have people, and you all will be approving this and reapproving it and so forth throughout 2021, and maybe even beyond that. And then the council can decide whether to make it more permanent. But that was definitely the contemplation. That's what's included in this ordinance, and that's definitely what I voted on.
I'd just like to chime in to give some feedback on some of the comments that are made, and then also some of the concerns from the staff side. And I've been taking some notes I wanted to share. So I think we're in concurrence that we need to do everything that we can to maintain the economy, to keep our businesses open, to keep people employed. We don't want folks falling to the safety net. We want to preserve our small businesses, and we want to make sure that they can still thrive as much as possible, even though we're in the midst of a pandemic and things are getting worse by the day, unfortunately. So I think we're all in concurrence on that. I think the main challenge that we're facing at this point in time is the fact that the temporary ordinance as designed was to allow for us to allow businesses to do the same thing that they were doing before, just outside. And I think that's a main premise, right, that we started with because of COVID, right? That's evolved, and it did evolve with the conversation on the small business grants, which granted happened very quickly, happened on the floor, and I will accept full responsibility for the fact that at the time, I didn't really grasp all the ramifications of even starting to pursue going down that path, because I do think that it created the expectation that we were going to be expanding into parklets on the right of way in the street in a way that even I wasn't quite envisioning at the time. I think we were excited about the money, excited about keeping businesses open. But what we're dealing with now is we're talking about now expanding beyond just allowing a business to do what they've already been certified, what their occupancy is today. We're talking about expanding that even further. That's a little bit of a different conversation. And if we do it for Eat Chow, why wouldn't we do it for a lot of other businesses throughout the city? At the same time, we're looking at parking impacts. We're talking about allowing churches to allow parking because our residents are impacted. We're talking about a parking study in the 4th and 5th districts because nobody has any place to park and people are having to walk a mile just to get home. And so those are all of the things that we would need to look at. We're not going to get that done by December 15th, I can tell you that much. But those are the pros and cons, and that's the analysis that we need to do. So I just don't want it to devolve into a conversation about us not being committed to the business sector and our community, because we all are together. But I think that there is some real balancing acts that we're going to have to do and real analysis behind this. And so similar to the CCE item, it's not the concept, it's how we go about doing it. How do we balance these competing interests? How do we allow for sufficient parking while still allowing the businesses to thrive? And so nothing in the conversation around COVID has been around expanding seating in our restaurants. It's more opportunities for gathering, of course, and we only have limited space in the public right of way. How do we do that safely? And so we want parklets, we want bike lanes, we want extra parking for everybody. Those things can be in conflict in a specific corridor. I think 19th and Placentia, for example. And so those are all the things that we need to think about. We're not going to be able to turn that around in 2 weeks. And so.
Okay, I mean, I think we get it, but here's the part that I'm sorry, I'm going to go out of order. I always go last. I'm not going to go last this time because I think this is very important, because what I would like to understand is why, if Supervisor Steele had not contacted the county to pull back that money, if we used it for this purpose, why were we gearing up to move forward to get the money spent by December 31st to put these parklets in? If now we can't do it, why? Help me understand. Help me understand how a month or a month and a half ago, before we were told we can't use that money for that purpose, we had hired a design firm to design parklets, to go out and meet with staff and meet with and this was all stuff that staff did. We didn't know they were doing it. I learned about the design of these things from one of the businesses who showed me a picture. And so, but we internally, after we voted on this ordinance and after we had our city council meeting where we discussed wanting to move forward with parklets in these locations, somebody hired someone to design parklets, and we were going to spend that money on the parklets. And then, and we were going to have to do it by December 31st. So why can't we still do it? That's the part I'm not understanding.
So you have a valid question. It's a point well taken. I'll accept full responsibility for the fact that we had two parallel processes, discussions going on, right? With how to spend the COVID money, how to spend it quickly, how to keep businesses open. And we got excited about the concept, hired some folks, came up with some great schematics and designs, far more extensive than I think anybody had really imagined, and started going down a path to do that while still working through all of the COVID issues. So these are the kinds of things that happen, regrettably, when we're dealing with a pandemic, we're dealing with the emergency issues, we're making decisions very fast and not necessarily thinking of all the ramifications down the line of these other conversations we've also been having on parking, on street safety.
Okay, but understand this. We all knew about all those issues that might be in conflict, because this is something we wanted to do regardless. So we
can't just do it with these few places. So we don't have a basis for which these specific, unless you're saying that
we already voted to approve it.
That's what we discussed.
At these three places.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, members, if I could just quickly, I think that the distinguishing thing here is that, yes, you voted for those places to spend money, city money that was going to be grant money on specific locations in order to assist our businesses. That money cannot be spent for that purpose anymore. So the difference is those were city projects using city authorized funds, not under the urgency ordinance, not as a temporary use permit for an individual business.
Incorrect.
Hey, let me just say one thing, then I'll shut up. Is on this point is the reason we identified these three areas is because they're particularly acceptable to this type of thing, and we know that because we shop there, we eat there, we know it. And then the other thing is to to the city manager's point, Lorianne, is from my perspective, for what it's worth at this point in time, it doesn't matter if someday Chow increases their occupancy, so what? You know, it's like, I get it that what we're trying to do in the short term and the medium term, which might go for another year, is we're trying to get back restaurants occupancy and seats and square footage that they're losing because of the COVID restrictions. But if at the end of the day, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. If in 2022 or 2023, the outcome is that for a period of time they increase their occupancy, from my perspective, for what it's worth, so be it, right? If it's in the best interest of the business and the best interest of the community to use the public space for this purpose. And so anyway, that's what I was voting on. And I'm going to shut up now and let other people talk.
All right. So it's Councilmember Guinness's turn. Sorry, Councilmember Guinness.
Okay. First off, what we have on our agenda is whether to extend the existing urgency ordinances. And I think we've kind of digressed a little or a lot. Number two, there have been a lot of discussions about what to do to help the businesses. You know, we had our urgency ordinances, we had our grants, we had various and sundry. There were discussions, a lot of discussions, including like the emergency related discussions that didn't even occur out here. So I think maybe some of the various discussions on the topics have been conflated into one discussion. And I believe that what staff said about this was these ordinances were just about these ordinances and not everything under the sun is indeed the case, because there are times when I've thought, well, wait a minute. And everybody goes, oh yeah, we discussed that. I'm thinking, gee, you know, was I daydreaming or what? You know, distracted by something during the Zoom. And I go back and I listen to the tape, and sure enough, it's the way I recalled it. So I think we've just had so many discussions about these related issues, we tend to conflate them. And for right now, what we're looking at is, do we extend the urgency ordinances? Not how do we spend the money, who gets a parklet, but do we extend the urgency ordinance? And I want to extend the urgency ordinance, but have we heard from the public yet? So I don't know if I should say that.
Thank you. But we were starting this conversation because Councilmember Reynolds, I think, was justifiably asking if this TUP process includes the parklets, and is this the way that someone can apply for that? And that's how this discussion ensued. So,
because basically I think what we wanted, because what we're supposed to be talking about, do we want to extend the urgency ordinances? And I think we probably all do, but I don't even remember at this time whether we heard from the public or not.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have control of the meeting. I know we haven't heard from the public yet, but thank you for reminding us. Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions? And I will ask that we voted on this a couple of times, and can someone pull up the BAC page and and put it up on the screen where it's the temporary use permit process is explained? Because I actually, this is related to the agendized item, because we want to know what it is we're extending. And then my second question, while you're looking for that, is there any reason why we can't extend this until December of 2021?
Oh, I hope we don't.
Madam Mayor, you can extend it for a longer period of time than the recommended period if you wish. That would be perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
As to the TUP, the only concern I had at the earlier point was the funding mechanism for doing what I understood was something of a construction project in the public right of way. I did not understand the TUP process as being authorizing any construction in the right of way. It was temporary seating. So if the parklet is going to require some construction, that was a different, from my perspective, that was a different type of project. But that's why I asked if we could look into that and let you know at your next meeting on Tuesday, on the 15th, if there is in any additional steps that need to be taken for the parklets.
I understand. I don't know that construction is required, but I don't know if that's being asked about. Councilmember Marr. You're on mute.
Thank you. Our city website specifies a couple of different avenues, and then some of these configurations require approval of a temporary use permit or a sidewalk sales permit.
That's what I was wanting her to show. Yeah.
Learn more, blah, blah, blah. And so, I mean, I think that I do think that some of these are going to not be viable because people are going to want to propose things right in the fire lane, right? And that some of these are just going to be funky and not work. But what I want to understand, maybe hopefully on the 15th, is that there is a path and a process for somebody like an Eat Chow that's in a generally acceptable area to all of us, that doesn't have a parking requirement because they have a parking lot across the street, that's already operating on the sidewalk and has the ability to operate on the sidewalk and wants to expand into the public right away. Is there a process defined enough such that Ms. Lee can run it past the fire department, run it past anybody else, and give an answer within a reasonable period of time such that that restaurant can go build their parklet? And if the answer is like, no, we have to invent it every time, then I think that's a problem. But I have a feeling the answer is we go through the TUP process, and we are not blanket approving them, but there is a process that we will go through, and whether that needs to be modified or not, I guess, is my question.
That's what we will report to you on the 15th.
Can we put it up on the screen, please? Is that possible? Okay, can you like blow that up a little bit? So, okay. So this is what I'm talking about, is that we had these multiple different dates where we approved these things. And the first time we talked about certain areas in the public right of way. And then if you scroll up, then we added retail to it. And that's when we had the whole discussion about the sidewalk sales and all that. That's separate though. That was later. The first conversation was if you're in these categories, the first, as I understood it, now it's been explained to me many times until tonight, the first category is, you have your own private space and you can go into your own private courtyard or on the private sidewalk or whatever. You don't have to get any approvals from anyone, just from your landlord if you don't own the property. The second layer is you want to go out onto the sidewalk, which is the public right of way, or you want to go into the parking lot. And you have to get approval because we don't want to have situations where the parking lot creates a potential dangerous situation when people are pulling into the parking lot and they're sitting there trying to eat as well. Then the third area was the more analysis requiring, and that is if we were going to go into the public right of way onto the street. And that was for those people who didn't have a sidewalk that to speak of, or didn't have a parking lot, or didn't have a private courtyard or area. And the only place they had were the parking spaces in front of their business. And so I guess I just feel like it was contemplated that they would go through this TUP process. So my question is it now not, can you like move it down to that first June? Yeah. So is it now, since we're voting on this June urgency ordinance, are you saying that it is not part of this TUP that we're going to vote on tonight to include the public right of way as if somebody applies online right now and they want to have their parklet out in front of their business. I mean, there's a couple of examples. Randolph, there's examples on, I think, certainly on 19th Street. There's examples on, Logan. There might be other places. I'm sure there are. But is it now staff's position that you cannot apply for the temporary use permit if it's in the public right of way, except on the sidewalk through this process?
No, that's not our position.
Okay, so
our position is that as I understood it, as I think we understood it, these are temporary. It was not intended to authorize construction in the roadways.
I don't know why you keep saying that. So, because maybe you have a fact that we don't have.
I don't know why else we would have been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on these parklets, but because I assumed that there was some construction component involved in it. If I'm wrong about that, then this is a non-issue, and it'll be done, as a temporary.
The first time I saw the parklet over on 19th Street was very far down the process. I don't feel that planning had really been consulted about whether or not the parklet was within the confines of what we were looking for with the urgency ordinance, which was to provide an alternative seating area. It looked more like an expansion. Since the city was building it, if we had parking problems in the future, we could remove it. But we have not encouraged people to do any kind of construction that would cause long-term problems and impacts on the parking. So we've had some people that have proposed some things on private property even that appear to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, or I'm sorry, thousands of dollars for some kind of construction that, say in 2 years from now, we decide you can't have that anymore. And now all of a sudden we're faced with the struggle to have people remove something that took so much money to construct. So I agree with Kim. Yes, this urgency ordinance will allow seats and barriers, temporary seats and barriers in parking spaces. But at this point in time, nothing permanent was envisioned as part of this urgency ordinance.
So let me ask the logical question. Do you believe that the parklet designs that the city hired a designer to make and made in partnership with the city, that those designs are permanent? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
That's what they sure look like, because there was a lot of construction going on. But then there were other questions on the 19th Street one, because the parklet was separated from the serving area. The question was, can you make that defined seating for, say, Garibaldi de Noche, when a lot of their business has to do with sale of alcoholic beverages? Would ABC even approve a satellite parking or a seating area like that? Or should it be something that is more, I've got a picnic lunch, I've bought some food at the little Mexican place across the street, and now I'm going to cross the street and I'm going to sit in the parklet. And all these things, we didn't have a chance to have an answer. And then the funding was pulled.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open this item up for public comment, and then we can. So let me ask you this, Andrea or Councilmember Mar, did you have a question?
No, I just feel compelled to respond to that. Like, I can go pick up a margarita and a milk jug and walk around with it right now, for goodness sakes. Like, I'm not too worried about people walking 3 feet. I mean, Eat Chow is like right there. There is no parking. Like, there's like 3 parking spots would be taking up. The whole direction of this conversation, I think, is a little bit disappointing, because I think the direction we've been trying to give over and over again is that we want to be creative. We want restaurants to succeed outside. Each Chow has room for 6 tables outside and 16 inside. So if we can add 10 tables, because God knows how long we're going to be in the purple, I want to do that. And so if we haven't given sort of clear enough direction at this point about like how much we want to think creatively and get outside the box and do these fun things. And, I don't care if they're there for 8 months or a year and look kind of permanent. We're not getting out of this anytime soon. If we all think we're going to get a vaccine in January, we're crazy. So I mean, I think the direction you're hearing is pretty clear at this point, so I won't beat the drum anymore, but let them go build something permanent on their back patio. I don't care. I think that's great. So that's it.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, and then I want to open up.
I thank you. I do want to beat the drum on it a little bit because I acknowledge that this is a very different sort of approach, right, than we've taken in what we might call normal times when we passed this urgency ordinance. I do think we thought COVID was more temporary than we realized the situation is now. And I appreciate in the hour and a half we spent on CCE, like the diligence that staff spends on, thinking of those ramifications is important. But the idea that businesses are submitting plans for ways to stay in operation and we're saying no seems like absolutely the wrong direction of where we need to be going in Costa Mesa right now, to support our businesses and to keep our communities activated safely. So I really want to beat the drum on sort of erring on the side of being much more relaxed than we're normally being to facilitate, frankly, what we're seeing happen across the world. We're not the only city who's making a lot of these changes. So I understand it's a different way of operating. We normally take a more cautious, measured approach, thinking about all the implications. But the fact that only 33 restaurants have applied for a TUP, and hearing that restaurants have been sort of turned away for ideas that they've submitted I feel like the wrong direction. I really want us to be thinking, again, especially in terms of the economic support for businesses in Costa Mesa, really relaxing rules to allow more safe operations. So,
okay.
Ended. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, if I could just real quickly, and I know you want to get on, but I just want to back up what Willa was saying. Staff is in great support of making sure businesses are successful, but it does need to be done safely, and we do need to have plans. A lot of these were conceptually far down the road before staff had any opportunity to get involved. So I just put that on the table. There should be no question. Staff is in full support of supporting the businesses, but there does need to be a plan, and they do need to go through the protocols. So safety is a part of this, just so that's clear.
Okay. And I think we all are in agreement on that. There's obviously more to this story than we know and that we're hearing here tonight, because there's some disconnect, because we keep hearing staff didn't have time to go through it. We didn't know about the plans. And from my perspective, I thought this was staff driven. So I don't understand. There's a disconnect somewhere. Can we remove this page now, please? Thank you. There's some kind of a disconnect between what we know versus what internally everyone knows. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll let you guys figure that out. But there's definitely a disconnect because somebody hired a design firm. It sounds like, from what I know from different businesses, they met with representatives from our city staff and the design firm. And so I don't know who was managing that, and why no one knew about it. So that's the weird part to me. I don't know how to explain that. I know on June 11th that we allocated an additional $250,000, because this was my memo. So we allocated an additional $250,000 to the public right-of-way improvements, because we already had pulled out $500,000 at a prior meeting. So for sure, this was all envisioned by this council that's here right now. And for sure, we expected that these businesses would be able to move outdoors. We weren't contemplating whether or not you're going to count. You can only have 16 tables because you only had 16 tables indoors. I don't think anyone cared, frankly, because we just want the businesses to stay open. And if that means they get 18 tables and they only had 16 inside, so be it, because we need them to stay open and not have their families destroyed. I mean, that's pretty much where we were at the time in June when we were all voting on this. So no, we didn't consider that. Of course, part of the analysis was supposed to be, is it safe? Is the, access safe? I remember having discussions about, I think Country Club wanted to close the drive aisle, and there was a whole discussion about whether that was safe, and that had to go through the more in-depth analysis other than just getting the permit because it's on their own property. So I feel like there's some disconnect, and I don't want to keep beating it up, and I apologize that we're doing this on the dais, but it's just, this is an important thing. We can't wait until January to work on this. We don't have the luxury of time in that regard. So I'm going to open this item up for public comment. We've got 5 diehards, well, 4 left here. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? If so, please state so by raising your hand with the hand raise feature, or by pressing 9 on your telephone. No one. Oh, Mr. Martinez.
Hi again. I just wanted to say I really support this idea of moving businesses and restaurants outside. I really like the streeteries that we have so far. And the parklet idea, I really hope that that goes through in the future. And even maybe in the distant future, I hope even that it becomes permanent. But that's just, I guess, to be decided at a later date. So yeah, I really support this, and I hope this goes through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, is there anyone else wish to speak to this item? Please press *9 on your phone, or the hand raise feature on your electronic device. Okay, seeing no one, we will close public comment. Councilmember Marr. Oh, I don't know if that's old or not. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, is that new or old? Does someone want to make a motion?
It's old, but I'll make a motion. I'll move to extend the urgency ordinance, like the suggestion earlier, through December 2021.
Second. Can the maker of the motion combine the two and extend them both to December of 2021?
Oh, yes, that was the intention. Yep,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, you want to speak to the item?
I think we've spoken enough. No, I really appreciate we're operating in a whole new world here, and I think you understand, everyone who's been on this call understands sort of the goal here. Facilitate a process for our businesses to continue operating safely, especially as we've moved to backwards a little bit with the rising COVID rates. Moving outside and being outside is really important. The extension I support primarily because I think we're going to be dealing with COVID issues for a long time. But I think it does also help encourage businesses to sort of make the investment. I know initially we didn't know if it was going to be 1 month or 2 months, and I could see that businesses may have not wanted to make the investment to sort of build out an outdoor space. If they have a little bit more certainty that they're going to be allowed to operate in this way for a longer period, I think more will be willing to make that investment.
I agree with that. I agree with all those things. And I agree with Councilmember Marr. We're not getting a vaccine in January. I mean, the earliest we're going to see any kind of vaccine is maybe in April, and it's going to be targeted to very, high risk, vulnerable, or
old people.
I'm trying to be polite. and so we're going to have to get through that. And then we've got the problem. I mean, let's be real. We're in Orange County. People don't want to wear a mask. They don't want to have a vaccine either. So we're going to be dealing with that issue as well. So this is going to extend well beyond the spring and the summer. And it's better that we just have it on the books and we don't have to keep coming back and having these difficult conversations. And then also staff can plan, and the businesses can prepare and plan. And I do hope that we can, for those businesses that do not have a path to be able to get outside, because it's the outside is the street. I hope that we can use this current temporary use permit, which is what was envisioned, to get them outside. Now, if Ms. Barlow's issue with that is that they can't like drill something into the cement on the street, fine, that's fine. But let's just get a process whereby, like, semi-tropic wines comes to mind. They can't do anything. They can't get outside. There's a lot of restaurants like that. So let's just figure out a way to facilitate them getting outside under whatever you describe as temporary is, you know?
Okay.
Councilmember Marr, yeah.
To that end, will the maker of the motion just affirm and clarify for my own anal retentiveness that we are also providing direction for staff to come back with a plan for private investment in public right-of-way for business expansion?
Yes.
Second concurs.
Let me ask, I know it's getting late. The intention is clear, right? We want to create a pathway for businesses to do maybe a larger build out. We're using ECHOW as an example. If coming back with a staff report or recommendation is on December 15th is the easiest way to do that, great. If there's another easier way to do that, please recommend that.
Yeah, we don't even have to see it. We just want you to do it. I mean, honestly.
Tell me there's a process.
Yeah, we don't need to vote on it and hear it and all that. We just want you to do it.
Yeah, if there's something that we can do quickly, we're going to do that. And if there's something that we need to bring back to you, we'll bring it back to you.
Okay.
Great. Yeah.
That work for you, Councilmember Marr? Okay.
So bring it back if needed. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Guinness,
Yes.
Councilmember Marr,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Foley.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, we did it. Okay. That's it. Okay. We have additional council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. I don't know if these hands raised are from before or okay. I do have one thing I'd like to say. I was remiss in thanking our Costa Mesa PD for a couple of really excellent, what would you say, good detective and police work. We had a murder that occurred, and they literally found the suspect, arrested the person under really difficult scenarios, did some good detective work, and those individuals who were responsible for that crime were arrested. So thank you for that excellent work. And I know also of a couple of other situations that occurred recently where they did some amazing detective work and promptly got the person that perpetrated the crime. And so really appreciate that, the good, we've got some great detective work going on. So thank you so much. And thanks for all that. I know it's a difficult time and we're asking a lot from everyone. We want you to know how much we appreciate you all. It's December 15th is almost here. And then there's a long break. And so if we all just can get to December 15th, we're going to survive it. And then everybody can take a long break, much needed long break. Safely in your house with your mask on, socially distanced from all your family members. Okay, good night, everyone.
Hey, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yeah, I just want to adjourn the meeting for my friend, outstanding lawyer, great father, great husband, and a really good person, Jeremy Goldman, who died too soon at age 51.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good night, everybody.